The difficulties you are experiencing is not the fault of what you are experiencing now is not the fault of your receiver, nor the internet. You have been specifically selected. We have assumed control for another edition of Night Owls. So put your red light on and bathe in the light of the star.
Just get the shit. You get the shit. Me eat. Shit.
Solaria, Binaria. Introduction. Since 1924, the theory of the expanding universe was first expounded. The phenomena of astronomy have been viewed increasingly as intensely energetic. The notion of an explosive universe has been abetted by the identification of novas, the discovery of immense energy trapped in the internal structure of an atom, and the detecting of radio noises from vast reaches of space, signaling events so extreme as the imploding of whole galaxies. What began as a whisper in scientific circles of the late 19th century has become, in late years, a shout. Yet, for reasons that can only be called ideological, that is, reflecting a constrained cognitive structure in the face of contradictory perceptions. Scientific workers, on the whole, have not heard the shout, I'll say. At the same time as the space and nuclear sciences have had to confront a new set of facts. The near reaches of space have been surveyed and the body of the Earth searched more thoroughly. The results confirm that the wars of the universe have been disastrously enacted upon battlefields within the solar system. Without exception, the planetary material that has been closely inspected exhibits the effects of extreme forces unleashed upon it. Mars, Moon, Venus, Mercury are all heavily scarred. Jupiter and Saturn are in the throes of internal warfare. An asteroid belt that may be called Apollo represents a planet that exploded. Nor can we exclude from the common experience this scarred Earth. Consistent with the panorama of catastrophes, and additionally supplying a new dynamic form in cosmogony, there has been developed a body of knowledge and speculation surrounding the phenomena of stellar binary systems. The first binary star orbit was computed in 1822, but not until the past few years has sufficient information become available to speak about binary systematically. Since the first discovery, a large proportion of observed stars have come to be suspected as multiple star systems. Moreover, many cosmogonists speculate that the solar system itself was once a binary system, or at least is now a kind of fossil binary system, with Jupiter exhibiting star-like traits. It may be pointed out, for instance, that the distance between the principal bodies of the solar system is comparable with the distances between the separate components in many binary systems. Hence, it becomes logical that a cosmogony of the solar system should be modeled after the theory that it was and is a binary system, a Solaria Binaria, accepting and applying for the purpose of the model what is known and thought about the observed stellar binaries elsewhere. The explosive or catastrophic universe poses basic problems to chronology. The span of astronomical time have been increasing dramatically, even in the face of time-collapsing explosive events that reduce drastically the constraints upon time as a factor in change. Great stellar bodies exhibit rotations and motions that accomplish in hours phenomena that would, on a gradual timescale, be accorded millions or billions of years. It appears that one has to work with a paradox. Even as one studies a universe that changes over billions of years, one studies local events where changes are measured in microseconds. Consequence, which is the last hope of casualty, is often strained in the straddling of time. When the solar system comes to be viewed in the light of newly discovered universal transactions, the idea necessarily arises that it has developed under time-collapsing conditions, time measures, radiometric, geological, and biological, that have been painstakingly manufactured to give billions of years of longevity to the system, must submit to a review of their credibility. The need to generate a new chronometry is enhanced by current reassessments of legends and knowledge that ancient and prehistoric human beings possessed. The authors would not have ventured upon this reconstruction of the recent history of the solar system were it not for the fossilized voices whose shouts about their catastrophic early world and sky sound louder even today than the shout heard in contemporary science about the exploding universe. Those anthropologists and archaeologists and scholars of ancient humanity who believe that these shouts must have been mere whispers confront the same impasse ideologically as those scholars who overlook the larger meanings of explosive cosmogony today. What the ancients said and did not say about the world are to be taken into account. Both their concepts of time and their visions of events deserve consideration. I agree. This consideration and the others advanced before direct this monograph towards resolving the cosmogony of the solar system into a model of Solaria Binaria, the last stages of whose quick and violent quantivolution have been witnessed by human eyes. The model stands as plaintiff, confronting the model of uniformitarian evolution as adversary. Although a note on method is appended to the present work, it may be well to stress in the beginning that a prerequisite of scientifically is the ability to suspend judgment on a case being tried. This is especially painful when one is exert on the matter at issue. Even so, a scientist who cannot suspend judgment must be deemed as incompetent as the judge who cannot suspend judgment while hearing a case in a court of law. Even so, a scientist who cannot suspend judgment must be deemed as incompetent as the judge who cannot suspend judgment while hearing a case in a court of law. As so often happens, what interests the public coincides with what interests scientists, impelled by an intuition that is common to both the multitude of persons and the body of scholars. The human mind today is moving into an area where the action is, for perhaps no more exciting and important a set of problems is to be found anywhere in the realms of science and scholarship. origin and development of the binary system. Chapter 1. The Solar System as a Binary. Contrary to the hypothesis that the solar system was born as and has evolved as a single star system, it is here claimed that the solar system was and is a binary system. The binary system was formed when the primitive sun fissioned. Several planets were generated in the neck of the fissioning pair and co-revolved about the sun synchronously with the companion. See Figure 1, dumbbell motion of Solaria Binaria. The binary system rotates like a lopsided dumbbell. As it moves through galactic space, the space origins about the planets and the companion as they also orbit about the sun. To be precise, all bodies in the system orbit about its center of motion, and with the same period. The remaining planets were generated one or more at a time, in several episodes, as the companion became unstable because of a changing galactic environment, which we will discuss in Chapter 3. Jupiter can be taken to be the remnant binary partner. This quantivolutionary concept of a rapid developed solar binary system is consonant with observations of nearby star systems. To 17 light years, or about 100 million times the Earth-Sun distance of 150 gigameters. There are 45 star systems consisting of 60 stars and 7 dark unseen bodies. Among these are many physical binary systems. 61% of the 60 nearest stars are components of a double or triple star system. Inasmuch as we cannot judge the organization of distant star systems, this statistic may or may not characterize the starry universe. Even within our sample of 60 nearby stars, the star density and binary frequency drop with increasing distance, a suspicious fact. Nothing that we know of the Sun is exclusively a property of a single star system, or would be surprising if found in a double star system. On the average, the principles in a physical binary system are separated by approximately 18 astronomical units. At one extreme, separations of up to 12,000 astronomical units are deduced. At the other, the stars orbit one another with their surfaces in contact. We see Solaria Binaria as a double star system, evolving from the close extreme to a system showing increasing separation of the principles with time. The typical visual binary system that has been analyzed contains principles whose separations, periods, total masses, and orbital shapes are not markedly different from the Sun, coupled with any one of the major planets of the present solar system. The present solar system differs from other visual binaries only when the luminosity and mass ratios of the principles are considered. The observed features of visual binary system are not an inconsistent final state for a physical binary system evolving in the manner that will be proposed here for Solaria Binaria. The present mass ratio between the Sun and its planets would seem inconsistent. With observed binary systems, were it not for the fact that these latter are all visually observed and do not exclude the potential presence of binaries, where the minor principle is undetectable presently by any observation. Further, as we shall show in Chapter 4, the brightness of the Sun and its companion was markedly different in the binary phase than in the present system. The currently accepted cosmology of the Sun and the planets is dominated by concepts of gravitation, great stretches of time, and the stability of stellar and solar system motions. In this cosmogony, one looks backward and forward in time, confident that the world has been and will be found in place under known conditions. As one assumes the order of things in accord with a 300-year-old theory backed up by centuries of systematic observations. Occasionally, but nowadays with increasing frequency, new scientific discoveries are surprising or anomalous within the frame of the cosmogony. For instance, devastation has been widespread both on Earth and the other planets, whose surface details are visible. Because theories had not predicted such instability, these disruptive events are insistently termed episodic and localized, and relegated to remote times. As will be shown, the prevailing cosmogony of science cannot cope with increasing numbers of surprising and anomalous observations. Sooner or later, an alternate cosmogonical theory is invited. The mutant evidence suggests that a cosmogony can be constructed which does not require a long time to evolve our habitable world, within which major readjustments of the planetary orbits and environments are possible, and which redefines the set of forces that bring about change. We begin with the theory that the solar system originated as a binary star system and has evolved to the present as such. In the course of elaborating this theory, we shall have to develop and use new tools of analysis, a general concept of electricity, new ways of viewing the origins of the atmosphere, lithosphere, and biosphere, an unusual form of legendary and historical inquiry, and revised measures of time for the purpose. Accepting the notion that the solar system may be presently at the end of a long binary trail leads to a theory that the sun is electrical. This fundamental idea is the topic of the next chapter. The solar system as electrical. The sun, as star, radiates energy into the space surrounding it. Stars can be conceived to have originated from electrical cavities in the structure of space. Space, to our mind, is an infinite electrical medium. It is electrical in that it is everywhere occupied by a charge, which, when it moves, assumes the character of electrons, that is, negative charge, C note B. The movement energizes, carries material into the cavities which become and are the stars. Such electrical cavities or stars are observed in the millions and infrared in the billions, in a fairly random distribution about the sun. They form a lagoon of stars that is called the galaxy, through which the sun moves in a manner and with consequences to be described in the next chapter. Materially, a star is an agglomeration of all that is accompanied the inflow of electrical charges from surrounding space. The cosmic dust, which astronomers see throughout the galaxy, is matter yet to be forced into stellar cavities, or matter that has been expelled after a star dies. This dust is detected in greatest amounts in the vicinity of the most highly active stars. Once in the cavity, the material cannot readily escape. It acquires increasing density because of electrical chemical binding and electrical accumulation. The cavity or star is increasingly charged, but during its lifetime, it cannot be more charged than the medium around it. The sun is highly charged, as some scientists have lately concluded. Bailey, 1960. The life history of any new star may normally proceed as its cavity acquires first matter, then charges continuously until its charge density reaches equilibrium with the surrounding medium, which is to say that the cavity has then been filled. Thereupon the star releases or mixes its material with the medium until it no longer possesses distinction as a body. This normal procedure is conditional upon the stars transacting with the space around it in a uniform manner. The majority of stars seem to transact quietly with their surrounding space. Whether they are small red stars or giant red stars, they end their existences as they lived, quietly passing their accumulated material into the medium of space, eventually becoming indistinguishable from the medium itself. However, the fact that the star is in motion within the galactic medium possesses an occasional problem. It may journey into regions of the galaxy which present it with greater or lesser electrical differences than it has been used to. Then quantivolution occurs. The star becomes one of the types to which astronomers pay the most attention: the variable stars, highly luminous stars, binary stars, the exploding stars. It was in one such adventure in space that the original super sun lost its steady state, fissioned, and became Solaria Binaria. The system then consisted of a number of bodies acting first as small suns, with the primary partner as is to be related in Chapter 4. In recent times, according to the central theme of this book, this Solaria Binaria encountered a galactic region whose characteristics rendered the lesser stellar partner of the system unstable. In a series of quick changes, the binary was transformed into today's solar system. So basically, he is saying that all of the planets and the Jupiter, which was its binary star, came from the sun itself when it was a super sun. I get it. I thought that he was going to perhaps talk about the Saturn theory, but I don't think he's going to go there. We'll see. I mean, we're just reading a different take, you know. Bruce, 1944, sees the process of stellar evolution as a cyclic build-up of electrically charged atmosphere above the star. As we see it, galactic potentials will determine the nature of the surface presented to the outside observer. As the star journeys through the galactic space, its surface nature changes in response to differences in galactic potential. A change in the local galactic environment can lead to an instability which results in catastrophic electrical redistribution of the whole stellar atmosphere, and sometimes of material found well beneath the star's surface layer. In short, the star becomes a nova. In this cosmogony, Bruce argues that binary stars form by division of an original stellar nucleus. When the star becomes a nova, the returning nova discharge transacting electrically with the normal outward flow of equal or greater than stellar wind off the star induces the outburst star to rotate. A possible reverse jet blast from the explosion might also cause the rotation to occur. Stars then should have a maximum rotation during the nova outburst. Fission of the star into a binary would then logically happen most frequently by rotational fission. Coble, 1938. Immediately after a nova outburst, close binary pairs should be found among the post-nova stars. The solar system is probably the descendant of a supersun, a body containing at least 11% more material than the existing sun, which became electrically unstable and underwent a nova explosion. When the supersun erupted as a nova, it divided into a close binary pair, whose primary became our present sun, and its companion was a body about 10% the size of the sun. See Littleton, 1953. Henceforth to be called Super Uranus. I know, I did see Super Uranus. Enveloping the binary was a cloud of solar material constituting at least 1% of the sun's material. Also created in the fission were the seeds which grew into the so-called inner or terrestrial planets. Probably Mars, the Earth, Mercury, and one that will be called Apollo. Apollo's fate is discussed in Chapter 15. Turning our attention to the sun itself, we observe an opaque layer called the photosphere. This layer is regarded ordinarily as the sun's surface. Above the photosphere lies the transparent solar atmosphere, which is difficult to observe. First comes the equal or greater to the chromosphere, and then the corona. Perhaps the key to star behavior is the dysfunction between the photosphere and the chromosphere, which is examined and known by means of spectroscopy. That is, by observing and measuring its spectrum of equal or greater than radiation. The spectrum of the photosphere shows radiation produced when the atoms are equal to or greater than the ions and electrons of the photosphere collide, and therefore the spectrum reflects the state of atomic collisions there. The light is emitted during the collisions. It appears that the photosphere is a region of plasma and atoms where the motion of the material is chaotic, randomized. Collisions occur after short, mean, free paths of electrical accumulation. The electrical field is small. A high kinetic energy of collision is registered and the temperature of 7,000 degrees. Energy is transmitted with some, but not great amounts of conversion of energy into internal atomic structures, excitation. By contrast, the spectrum of the chromosphere represents the release of the eternal energy of exited atoms and ions. Light is emitted not so much at the moment of collision among atoms, but it is cast off by rapidly accelerating atoms moving to and from collisions, that is, between rather than during collisions. The chromosphere is a region of directed, vertically moving electrons descending into the photosphere, and atoms and ions escaping into the corona and the solar wind, meaning free path is long. By contrast, the spectrum of the chromosphere represents the release of the internal energy of excited atoms and ions. Light is emitted not so much at the moment of collision among atoms, but it is cast off by rapidly accelerating atoms moving to and from collisions, that is, between rather than during collisions. The chromosphere is a region of directed, vertically moving electrons descending into the photosphere, and atoms and ions escaping into the corona and the solar wind, the mean free path is long, twice, not short. The electrical field is large, not small, as in the photosphere. The photosphere, thus, is a region where the transmission of energy is observed. The chromosphere is a region where the transmutation of energy is what is observed. The temperature measurements of the two regions are not helpful in understanding the dynamics, because in one case temperature is low, where short paths lead to frequent collisions, and in other temperature is high because of infrequent long path collisions. But as important is the contribution of each region to the electrical system of the sun. Cooler regions called sunspots. The average sunspot lasts less than a day. Bell, 1975. Viewed by telescope, the whole photosphere, except where sunspots obscure it, shows a granular appearance. These granules are bright patches, hot tufts of gas that live for only a few minutes. Jurgens, 1979. The photosphere and the behavior of the solar atmosphere, which lies above it, can best be explained using a model based upon the electrical processes. Bruce, 1944, and later Jurgens, 1972, and Crew, 1974, have shown that photosphere granules have the properties of a large number of parallel electrical arcs. Further, Jurgens maintains that highly energetic electrons are transmitted from the galaxy down through the solar atmosphere to the photosphere. As in the Earth's atmosphere, the gas density and pressure in the solar atmosphere decrease with height above the photosphere, where the atmospheric pressure falls to a value equal to 1% of the atmospheric pressure measured at the Earth's surface. Collisions between gas atoms can no longer dominate the exchange of energy between atoms. Instead, it is the electrical processes that govern the energy exchanges in the solar gas. We see this transition as the hot chromosphere. The bladed or spiculed structure of the chromosphere consists of jets of gas moving upwards at about 30 kilometers per second. These spicules rise some 5,000 to 20,000 kilometers above the photosphere. Bell, 1975. Instabilities in the arc discharges lead to a buildup of charged regions in the solar atmosphere. These eventually produce electrical breakdown. Sudden discharges occur, causing bright faculae and the temporary extinction of some photosphere arcs. The result is a sunspot. The upper atmosphere of the Sun is apparently intensely hot corona. The gas atoms of the corona have been stripped of several electrons. By collisions with inflowing energetic cosmic electrons, the removed electrons are drawn towards the Sun, so other ions can flow outwards into the corona, allowing the coronal ions to recede into the solar wind. The spectrum of the lower corona shows the atoms stripped of several electrons, emitting light between collisions, and the emission from the energetic electrons during collision. Sudden explosive eruptions called flares occur above the solar surface. Energy in the form of light, atoms, and ions is accelerated away from the Sun. The energy in a single flare could supply the Earth's population with electrical power for millions of years. A large flare releases in an instant about 1/40th of the continuous solar output. Flares start near sunspots with associated faculae and develop over hours. They move as if driven by an electrical potential difference between the Sun's surface and the higher atmosphere. Zurin and Abeshi. Once accelerated, the flare gases escape the Sun and modify the solar wind significantly. The cause of flares is baffling to conventional theories, which underplay electrical forces and cosmic processes. Most flare models involve some kind of magnetic driver to blow the gases from the Sun with great force. Babcock. Presence of magnetism implies an electrical source. As we shall show in Chapter 6, the Sun once had an electrical connection to its companion, within which energy was released that created and sustained life within the binary system. Today's flares represent an undirected remnant of the inner companion arc of yesteryear. The solar wind consists of coronal gases which have been boiled away from the hot solar atmospheric discharges. It conducts the Sun's electrical transaction with the galaxy. It is the Sun's connection to the galaxy. The electron-deficient atoms, ions, by escaping from the solar system, increase the negative charge to the Sun. This brings the Sun towards a galactic neutral, and thus, in time, would end the Sun's life as a star. It follows that in the past, when the Sun was less negatively charged, more current flowed from the Sun to the galaxy. Thus, the present flow of solar wind is less than the flow in ages past when the Sun was more out of equilibrium than it is now. The solar wind varies with the ongoing evolution and quantivolution of the Sun. In the past, the solar wind flow was very complex because we believe that the Sun was a binary star and its companion, Super Uranus, was not in electrical equilibrium with it. The system eventually approached internal neutrality because a large solar wind, electrically driven, flowed directly between the two principles. Interesting. Conventionally view the formation of a solar-type star and planets from a cloud of gases and cosmic dust. It takes on the order of several hundreds of millions of years after accretion. An Earth-like planet supposedly takes another 1 or 2,000 million years, 1 to 2 giga-years or eons, to develop a stable lithosphere, which, when formed, allows the much slower evolution of a viable biosphere from the materials and energy available at the planetary surface apparent. To us, these processes seem too slow and rely too much on random occurrences to be viable. However, the processes forming stars and planets and leading to living things may proceed much more rapidly. Our cosmogony employs electrical cavities, charges, and forces to accomplish change. These procedure changes, which are much more powerful and are highly selective. Electrical force, as measurable by the repulsion between two electrons, compares with the apparent gravitational attraction of the same two electrons in the ratio of 10:36 to 1. Conventional models of cosmic processes employ almost exclusively the trivially force termed gravity to produce and govern the universe. Electricity is a greater sculptor of change, because it operates more variably within a given cosmic setting. A simple lightning bolt can cause extensive surface damage, liberating megajoules of energy within a few meters of surviving observers. Only thousandths of a second are involved in the event, yet to an undisturbed geological surface may be the setting for a large number of biological mutations provoked by a radiation storm of cosmic origin. What gravity is supposed to accomplish in eons, electricity could quickly accomplish before the eyes of the earthly observer. Driven by the powerful motivator, electricity, quantivolution, becomes not only possible, but also essential. Furthermore, understanding of electricity's role provides a powerful new, unified explanation of the most observable phenomena. If the evidence cited in Chapter 1 has permitted us to proceed viewing the developing solar system as Solaria Binaria, and similarly if in Chapter 2 we end up viewing stars, and in particular the sun, as an electric phenomena, then we can hope to inquire about the timescale over which the solar binary developed. To be more specific, we may have a stellar binary which develops over a short interval through some of the most significant phases of the history of the solar system. To tackle the problem of chronology, we shall, as we have done before, look to the skies for the crucial clues. We must, in so doing, introduce a seemingly radical conception, one which we feel can be defended with the evidence to follow. We assert, in line with the past chapter, the stars take their properties less from the material which they contain and more from the electrical difference between the cavity which creates the star and the surrounding medium of electrified space. See space infracharge, translated into more common astronomical language. The luminosity of the star depends upon its galactic environment rather than upon the amount of material which it contains. See behind, and to technical note B. The conventional notion that the more luminous the star, the more massive it is, was induced by Eddington from the analysis of a small sample of binary stars. As we interpret the same data, the more luminous the star, the more it transacts with its companion, and so the companion completes its orbit more rapidly. See technical note D. Unfortunately, Eddington's mass-luminosity relationship is well established in astronomical formalism. There is a problem inherent in Eddington's method of amassing the binaries. He calls upon gravitational force and nothing else to bring about motion within the binary system. The problem is compounded when luminosities are introduced as a way to measure mass in non-binary systems. Luminosity can only be known where the distance to the star can be measured. Star distances are computed using the annual parallax produced by viewing the displacement as the Earth orbits the Sun of any nearby star against the background of very distant stars. The parallax measurement involves measuring the minute angle at the apex of an isosceles triangle, whose base is the diameter of the Earth's orbit about the Sun. Parallax angles are very small. The closest star, Alpha Centauri, is only displaced through 1.52 greater than arcseconds, or 1.52 arcseconds over the year. This parallax, the largest, was not measured until 1839, R. H. Baker. Parallaxes are difficult to measure, and they cannot be determined for stars further from Earth than 652 light-years. Such a small distance encompasses only 1,000th of the sphere of stars under close observation by astronomers. Thus, the majority of reported star distances and luminosities are derived by theory rather than measurement. Of the 21st magnitude stars, apparently brightest stars in the sky, only 5 are closer than 26 light-years. The next 5 take us to 84 light-years, the next 7 to 217 light-years, and the next 5 to the measurement limit. In this sample are 6 supergiant stars. The parallax of one of these stars is only an estimate. 2 of the others are at the extreme limit. The last 3 are between 171 and 192 light-years distant. None of the most luminous supergiant stars are in this sample. Thus, all luminosities given for such stars are estimates. Even where parallax is measured, the measurement is rarely precise. Uncertainties of 25% and larger are common, leading to luminosities which are most likely erroneous in the order of at least 56%, about half a magnitude unit. Near the measuring limit, the possible deviations grow immensely, often exceeding considerably the number measured. The famous Hertzsprung-Russell diagram, the Rosetta Stone of modern astronomy, plots stellar luminosities against surface temperatures determined from the star's spectrum. Since the spectrum is often difficult to classify, placement of the star on a diagram is not always easy. R. H. Baker. To circumvent the difficulty, astronomers now rely upon color indices in place of spectrum classes. Such measurements are even more strongly theory-dependent than the former in terms of their applicability to stellar emissions. See Weiss, page 49. They are more quantitatively formulated, and therefore they lead to an unjustified sense of satisfaction with the computed result of the stellar condition. For our purpose, they offer no help. What we would say about the classification of stars is the following. In going from stars whose surface temperature appears to be high to those which appear cooler, there is a gradation of the lines present in the stellar spectra. The hotter stars show absorption produced by helium atoms. As we look at progressively cooler stars, the helium lines decline and abruptly hydrogen lines appear, increase in intensity and slowly decline. As the hydrogen declines, the lines of the metals and metal ions increase in intensity. Through the solar-type stars, they dominate in stars slightly cooler than the Sun, only to be surpassed in the coolest stars by band spectra produced by various simple molecules, notably hydrides and oxides. And some of the coolest star compounds of carbon are prominent. Although astronomers may continue to seek a more precise classification for stars, we are content to employ the traditional spectral types for the present study. Besides the Hertzsprung-Russell diagram, that is to classify the stars, astronomers have also divided the stars into populations according to their location within the galaxy. Some striking results were obtained. Number 1. The most luminous and apparently hottest stars are found within gaseous clouds containing cosmic dust. These stars are confined in clumps, a thin plate that forms the equator of the galaxy. Similar stars define the highly visible spiral arms seen in other galaxies. 2. Bright, cooler stars like Sirius are located near the equator of the galaxy, but are not confined to the galactic arms. 3. The disk of the galaxy is populated with moderately hot stars, with 5,000 to 8,000 K surface temperatures. These stars resemble the Sun and populate the arms, the spaces between the arms, and make up part of the stars that occupy the central core of the galaxy. These disk stars are the most numerous group of stars observed. I read before that red dwarfs were, but perhaps it's a different location in the galaxy. The disk of the galaxy is enveloped in an ovoid shell of red giant stars, whose spectra show fewer metals than stars of comparable type in the disk population. That these stars are mostly giant stars is usually explained by claiming that the smaller stars in the population are not likely seen because of distance from Earth. It is possible that the later are absent. Most of what is known about these stars is from the study of giant stars within star clusters, and intrinsically varying giant stars, where the star's luminosity varies, in some characteristics, way over an interval of days to months. 5. The galaxy itself is embedded in a halo of cooler stars. Most of what is known of the galactic halo is deduced from a study of a few nearby small stars and 120 globular star clusters, which surround the core of the galaxy. One of these globular clusters, Messier 13, in the constellation of Hercules, has been described as a celestial chrysanthemum. Baker, R.H., page 451. The number of stars in this cluster cannot be counted, but estimates around 500,000 are made. Averaging this number of stars over the volume of the cluster, not precisely known, it would seem as if the stars are about 2 light-years apart, much closer than the stars near the Sun. Some small halo stars are observed passing through the disk stars in the Sun's vicinity. Barnard star is an example. Yeah, those stars in them globular clusters, if they do have planets, which I'm sure they do, but life might not be very easy to come by there because of all the closeness of everything. Probably just get started and get wiped out, I would think anyway. Never know, though. In summary, the most interactive stars and gas clouds form clumps, which are the galactic arms. Around the arms is a disk of less interactive stars. Enveloping the disk are variously shaped ovoids and halos, allegedly to be progressively more metal-deficient stars. It has been proposed that the stars of the different populations of the galaxy follow orbits about the galactic core, which are characteristic of the population. Supposedly, the arm stars have the most circular orbits. The disk stars follow slightly elliptical paths. The galactic plane. Some are deemed to move inclined slightly to the galactic plane, like the asteroid orbits of the solar system. The halo stars move in strongly elliptical orbits with random inclinations to the galactic arms, like the comet orbits of the solar system. As they pass through the Sun's locality, the halo stars betray their presence by large annual displacements compared to the disk stars. All of the stars in the galaxy are in motion. Since there is no standard of rest, all we can detect is the motion of one star relative to another. 2 streams of stars are observed moving past the Sun parallel to the Milky Way, the arms of the galaxy. The 2 streams move oppositely at the relative speed of 40 kilometers a second. The outer stream moving towards Orion, the inner stream to Scutum. These motions apparently reflect differences in the motion of consecutive galactic arm segments in the galaxy. The stars in the Sun's arm, we assume, move with the Sun at 275 kilometers a second, towards the constellation of Lyra near Cygnus, which is a motion away from the stars of Puppis, looking only at the net motion of stars close to the Sun. We detect the drift of the Sun within its arm of the galaxy. This analysis reveals a motion of 20 kilometers a second towards the constellation of Hercules, away from the constellation of Canis Major. Isn't that the biggest star that we've seen? It makes the Sun look like the Sun makes the Earth look. Mihalis and Routley, page 103. Neither of the Sun's motions is precise, but they should suffice for our purpose. The Sun's motion within its arm carries it 4 astronomical units per year. It takes nearly 22,500 years for the Sun to drift 1 light-year from its present position. But when the galactic revolution motion is considered, the Sun is moving up to 14 times as fast. Neither of the Sun's motions is precise, but they should suffice for our purpose. The Sun's motion within its arms carries it 4 astronomical units per year. It takes nearly 22,500 years for the Sun to drift 1 light-year from its present position. But when the galactic revolution motion is considered, the Sun is moving up to 14 times as fast. In the extreme, only 1,107 years are required to displace the Sun 1 light-year. So in 10,000 years, the Sun moves 9 light-years, and in 1 million years, it travels about 904 light-years. If our hypothesis is correct, and the stars derive their properties from the space in which they are embedded, then a look at the stars presently in the Sun's wake will tell us how the Sun appeared in ages past. Unfortunately, the path of the Sun over the last million years, within which we believe Solaria Binaria developed and collapsed, is not wholly within measured space. Luminosity assumptions need to be made during the first 2/3 of the Binaria's lifetime. The Sun's total motion now is directed away from a point within the constellation of Right Carina, the solar antipex, at 8.4 hours right ascension and declination minus 62 degrees. This antipex was determined by Stromberg, using the radial velocities of globular star clusters. Just so you know, the definition of antipex, the point of the celestial sphere from which the solar system is moving. In his sample, the sun's drift and the galaxy revolution combined to produce a net motion of 286 kilometers a second, away from the antipex. 4 star systems close to the sun, adjacent stars, are about 10.3 light-years apart, each thus occupying a sphere containing 578 cubic light-years of space. Allen, 1963, page 237. Given such a low star density, the rather large volume must be examined around and along the sun's wake to ensure that some stars are included. We have constructed, therefore, a cylinder 13 1/4 light-years in radius, about the sun's path. Moving for 10,000 years through this cylinder, the sun will encounter about 5,000 cubic light-years of space. In such a volume, there would reside about 9 stars or star systems at the average local star density over the 65 light-year swath through space covered. By the Gliese star catalog, there are only 15 star systems. It appears that along the sun's path, the actual star density is only 27% of that expected. The sun entered the region included within the Gliese catalog about 74,000 years ago. Within that volume, our analytical sample of stars is reasonably complete. Beyond it, many of the stars located along the cylinder they cannot be used in the analysis. The region of space which includes those stars, which now occupy the space once passed through by the sun on its galactic voyage, is represented on the star map by a cone centered on a solar antipex. The base of the cone in the present includes stars over 1/2 of the sky. As time progresses backward, the frustum of the cone projected upon the sky diminishes in area, figure 3. The frustum of the cone 500 years ago is a circle 76 degrees in radius, encompassing stars from Orion's belt across the south celestial pole to the Scorpion's tail. Moving back 20,000 years shortens the radius to 36 degrees, thereby including the region from the feet of the greater dog to the centaur's right foot. The area has only a 13.5 radius 60,000 years ago. It shrinks to less than a 3-degree circle after 300,000 years. Through recent time, the sun's trail is very close to a straight line projected towards the antipex. It is shown in figure 4, and the stars included are listed in table 1. The stars accompanying the space inhabited by the sun through the current era, period of Solaria, and during the time of the late quantivolutions, to be discussed in part 2 of this book, are in this sample. Here we find the nearest star system, the Alpha Centauri triple. The largest star is very similar to the sun. Figure 3, stars around the sun's apex. Oh, it's awful tiny. I'll try to blow it up, see what I can do. The sun's path traced backwards through the stars of the galaxy passes through a cylinder of space whose axis stretches from the center of the sun through the point on the celestial sphere with coordinates 8.4 hours of right ascension and minus 62 degrees of declination. The edge of this cylinder, chosen to have a radius of 13.25 light-years, is represented for different eras by the series of circles converging onto the solar antipex. Its first companion is 23.5 astronomical units away, moving along an elliptical orbit, Menzel. This star is slightly cooler and fainter than the sun. The second companion is located almost 2 degrees away in the sky. It is over 550 times more distant than the separation of the closer pair. Frequent eruptions superpose bright emission lines on its otherwise faint Class M spectrum. It is a flare star. Its flaring might be associated with some intermittent transaction with the pair of distant companions. Unfortunately, the Alpha Centauri triple is the only occupant within the space transited by the Sun during the series of quantivolutions preceding the historical period. It gives us no clue to an understanding of that space besides learning that solar-type stars can exist there. Figure 4, nearby stars in the solar wake. I'd like it to be a lot bigger. I'm interested to see it. It's just so tiny. I'm going to try to find it bigger. The Sun's path through the space, now accompanied by the stars listed in Table 1. I've always wanted to know this, so this is interesting. This space represents the region traversed by the Sun while it quantivoluted from Solaria Binaria into the solar system we see today. The 3 remaining stars are all low transaction objects. This space we would suspect to hold a lower electric charge density than the space closer to the present. The closest of these 3 faint stars is located within the zone we believe was occupied by the Sun in the time before the eruptions began, which eventually broke up Solaria Binaria. That instability of the recent past may well have been created as the Sun passed between the lower and higher regions of the transaction, represented by the 6 nearby stars. The likelihood is that the Sun, late in the period of the Pangean stability, Table 6, was less luminous than it is today. And I've heard it burned hotter, so, I guess take your pick. Stars behind the Sun to 25,000 years ago. Alpha Centauri triple, star main sequence components, a dwarf. G, K, and M stars, emission lines in the Type M spectrum. Gliese 191, MO main sequence dwarf star, 13 light-years away. The Alpha Centauri is a 4.3. Years in the Sun's wake, 4,860 for Alpha Centauri, 14,750 for Gliese 191. Gliese 440, a white dwarf star, Class A, 16.1 light-years, 18,200 years in the Sun's wake. Gliese 293, a white dwarf star, 19.2 light-years, 21,700 years in the Sun's wake. Stars behind the Sun. Well, in the Sun's wake, that is behind the Sun. Stars behind the Sun. Okay, we're still going. Gliese 257, Gliese 341, Alpha Mencey, 25,000 to 75,000 years ago. Gliese 269, Gliese 333, Gliese 375. Boy, Gliese sure does discover a lot of stars. 294, 298, Alpha Chameleonis. That might be Chameleonis. These stars are 25 light-years apart. The Sun passes through space at their respective distances at the beginning and end of a 760-year interval. The gist of it, I do believe, is that he is stating that how hot the Sun burns is according to where it's at in space. That's what I think the point he's making here. Extending the Sun's line further into the past to the limit of the Gliese catalog, Table 2, we find no stars as luminous as the present Sun until we go back 54,000 years. Then along the path are positioned 3 stars that exceed the Sun in luminosity. The closest, an F3 subgiant, is 5 times more luminous. The second, primary star in a triple system, is only 1.44 times brighter. Its 2 companions are very faint. The last of the 3 brighter stars exceed the Sun's output 8-fold at the 75,000-year limit to Table 2. We reach the edge of the reasonably complete star sample. So far, there are no conflicts with our theory. Stars of different spectral classes are well separated in space. In fact, the cooler and hotter stars seem to be sorted. The Class M stars tend to lie above the Sun's route, while the Class F and G stars are below it. If our calculated course is correct, the Sun's past behavior as mirrored in the listed stars' present behavior would show significant variation in luminosity over the tens of thousands of years represented here. Noteworthy, there are no highly luminous stars thus far along the Sun's trace. Beyond 65 light-years, the magnitude limit of the available star catalogs containing measured parallaxes limits severely the completeness of the star sample. We can list no stars that are intrinsically fainter than today's Sun, Table 3. The catalog from which the sample was taken only stars whose visual magnitude exceeds 6.25, whereas the Gliese catalog includes known nearby stars above magnitude 18. Almost all of these stars show some distinguishing characteristic. The majority are binary. Another has nebulous spectrum lines. These stars are positioned about the solar antipex in Figure 5. All could reflect plausible conditions for the early stages of Solaria Binaria's period of Pangean stability, and possibly also for the earlier period of radiant genesis which followed the binary's creation. At the limit of our proposed time, about 1 million years before present, using the atlas of the selected areas, Finnerberg, we count about 39 stars brighter than magnitude 12.5 in a target zone 40 by 40 arc minutes. Adjacent to the Sun's antipex, unfortunately, no distances are given for the stars in this atlas. Figure 5, the solar antipex. Map showing the brightest stars surrounding the solar antipex. The circles represent the described cylinder of space around the Sun at the ages shown. I'm going to have to get a bigger one of those. I can't even see that. Maybe there's a way to make it bigger. I think there might be. The circles represented the described cylinder of space around the Sun at the ages shown. The successive radii are centered upon a slowly displacing point representing the solar antipex. The displacement seen at this map scale occurs because the Sun rapidly orbits about the center of the galaxy as it slowly moves through the arms of the galaxy. Its path, therefore, is curved rather than a straight line. Table 2, stars behind the Sun over 75,000 years ago. Carinae, it's A2 binary, just numbers for the other ones. Limiting magnitude plus 6.5, the sample ends at the edge of measured space. Since our calculated solar target shows no stars, the deficiency of the present measurable sample is confirmed. Nevertheless, we see that the last listed star, 300,000 years BP along the Sun's run, is a stereoscopic binary whose Class B primary is orbited by a Class K secondary. The system, not unlike our view of the early Solaria Binaria. In our analysis, more distant stars cannot be located in time along the Sun's path. Yet, we can place, although uncertainly, several bright blue supergiant stars at locations surrounding the antipex in all directions, and at distances corresponding to times between 1/2 and 3 million years ago. Several of the stars are components in binary star systems. Within or on the periphery of this highly transactive region of space, the original supersun may have partitioned to give birth to Solaria Binaria. Parturition may have parturition to give birth to Solaria Binaria. Although proof is hardly forthcoming from this analysis, at least evidence disproving the hypothesis is absent. We are encouraged to retain the idea that the behavior of star systems depends, if only in part, upon the celestial charge level of the space through which they pass. It seems as if this electric charge is contained not only by material residing in the space, stars, atoms, and electrons, but also in part as a charge embedded in the space itself, for concurrence, what we shall call a space infracharge. Literally, the space infracharge means that a vacuum, empty space, contains normally unavailable electric charges, here electrons, which generate the structure of that space and affect the behavior and properties of all matter occupying the space. End of chapter. That has to be the longest chapter I think I've ever read. Chapter 3. If this stuff was in some kind of great conflict, with the usual stuff, I wouldn't read it because I wouldn't want to confuse anyone, but it appears to me that it's right along the same lines as
Thornhill and Velikovsky.
He's just given us a different plane to think on, I guess. I always kind of wanted to know how the sun moved in the galaxy, so that was good information. Chapter 4. Super Uranus and the Primitive Planets. About 1 million years ago, our sun, then a supersun, underwent a nova eruption because of a sudden or unendurable change in electrical conditions. Solaria Binaria was instantly born. The sun fissioned, and in a huge blossoming cloud there would have been a diminished sun. With a concentration of gases from the old sun would occur an admixture of chunks of the old sun's interior material, nucleus, including a body that became the binary partner, which we here call Super Uranus. Between the new sun and Super Uranus lingered other fragments of the fission and great quantities of the material that were to be absorbed into the planets. This impressive electrical quantivolution occurred in a matter of hours. The separation of the two bodies increased rapidly. In electrical and chemical terms, we begin to detail this quantivolution. The normal flow of electricity between a star, the cavity, and the surrounding space is inward, as shown in Figure 6. The original supersun was such a star transacting quietly with the electron-rich space around it. The supersun became unstable, as outlined in Chapter 3, when its galactic journey carried it into a less electron-rich region. Here, the enrichment presumably was rapid and of great magnitude, producing a quantivolution. The resulting nova, which is an explosion of electrons that forces, requires a material accompaniment created by Solaria Binaria. The sun, for a short time, was relatively too electron-rich. In an explosive expansion, the binary was born, not just from the solar atmosphere, but also from the refractory materials normally hidden within its interior. Figure 6. Electron flow from surrounding space into a star cavity. The sun and other stars represent electron-deficient regions within the galaxy. These regions, cavities as we call them, transact with the space around them, gaining electrons during their lifetime of their central stars. When they become filled, the stars they contain cease to exist. The first state of Solaria Binaria is shown in Figure 7 below. The nova explosion had propelled what temporarily was excess charge away from the sun. This, of course, would be illusory for the sun. By its continued existence, remained a region of relative electron deficiency. Thus, the initial dismemberment of the original supersun quickly halted. The expansion of the plenum of material now surrounding the sun ceased, both because of the sun's need for electrons and because the charged surrounding medium continued moving in upon the cavity. The boundary of the plenum shown above is actually a quantitative concept to denote the region where the outward pressure created by the charge, Solaria Binaria, is equal to the inward pressure normally produced by the Sun's galactic cosmic transaction. At birth, the electrical state of Solaria Binaria was rapidly layered. The system can best be described in terms of the local charge density of both the material and of the space into which the material was ejected in the eruption. The highest relative charge density existed at the perimeter of the plenum. Inwards, this density decreased. The fragments ejected from the Sun, the debris forming the planets and Super Uranus, had progressively higher charge densities than the Sun, which had the least charge density in the system. The Sun seeks its lost charge. The easiest way to get that charge is to launch into the plenum electron-deficient atoms, ions. The proximity of Super Uranus distorted greatly what otherwise would have been a radical flow of ions. As in the original transaction between the Super Sun and the galaxy, a strong electrical connection coupled the Sun and Super Uranus. A lesser connection joined the Sun to the plenum, as shown in Figure 8. See Technical Note E. This connection involved an inward flow of charge through the plenum. The charge flowed inwards either by direct transport of electrons or by indirect electron transport accomplished through the outward flow of electron-deficient atoms, ions. See Technical Note B. The strongest electrical transaction occurred between the principles accompanying this electrical flow. Highly influenced by it was the transfer of material from one of the principles to the other, elsewhere, whose binary systems exist, where the flow is from the companion to the primary. More common is the flow from the primary to the companion. Mitten, page 100. The amount of flow and its direction would depend upon the distance between the specific charge ratio on the principles. We favor the flow of ions and gas from the Sun to Super Uranus, since we often cannot resolve the principles into separate stars. Designation of one as the primary and the other as the companion is somewhat arbitrary. The choice usually is dictated by theory. Figure 7. The birth of Solaria Binaria. At its birth, Solaria Binaria was embedded at the center of a plenum filling a sac of electron-deficient matter. Electron flow into the sac from the galaxy was augmented by the electron distribution within the plenum and among the components of the binary system. Ionized gas atoms would be induced to flow between the principles. This flow of counter-moving electrons and electron-deficient atoms would constitute a strong electrical current. As a consequence, an intense magnetic field would be generated surrounding the current. This magnetic field would pinch the flowing ions produced by a relatively narrow electrical flow channel. Collisions between neutral and electrified atoms would transfer the influence of the magnetic field, which affects only the electron-deficient atoms directly, to all of the gas between the principles. The result is a magnetic bottle. Figure 8. Material flow coupling the Sun, Super Uranus, and the electrified plenum. The creation of the Sun's companion, Super Uranus, greatly distorted the electrical flow between the electron-deficient Sun and the galaxy. The Sun's daughter, Super Uranus, like its parent, was short of electrons compared to galactic space outside the sac. The electrical flow coupling both the two stars and the stars within the galaxy caused and directed a significant material exchange between the pair of stars. From the solar wind, protons moving past the Earth, Juergens, 1977, page 28, has calculated the current flowing away from the Sun in a sheet localized close to the ecliptic plane. If this same ion current was once flowing through the electrical channel, then the magnetic field generated was several thousand Gauss in strength. Such a field would adequately constrain most of the gases, producing a gaseous column or axis between the two stars. Material has been found along the interstellar axis in several binary systems. Figure 9. The flow of material between the Sun and Super Uranus. Under the influence of a self-generated magnetic field, electrically charged material flowing between the Sun and Super Uranus generated a strong magnetic field about the axis between the two stars. The effect of the magnetic field was to squeeze all material flow into a thin tube joining the stars. So constrained, the charged matter flow constituted a potent electric discharge, the arc, through the gases and matter of the plenum. The absence of an appreciable interplanetary magnetic field, despite the magnitude of the electric current represented by today's solar wind, is understandable in terms of a planar current sheet model, as shown in Figure 10. The solar wind sheet produces opposite toroidal, donut-shaped magnetic regions above and below the planetary plane of motion. In the region between the toroids, the magnetic fields generated by the radially diverging ions act so as to cancel out one another, as in Figure 11. The vector sum of the magnetic intensity cancels out between the parallel flowing ions, but survives on their perimeter, leaving the postulated toroidal field. So, the regions above and below the Sun can be strongly magnetic, while interplanetary space so far explored lies outside of the toroidal field region and has been shown to be almost devoid of magnetism. The existence of the magnetic toroid above and below the Sun may be responsible for the planarity of today's planetary region and the enchantment of the solar wind flow in that plane. Figure 10. Magnetic toroidal field produced by a solar wind current sheet. Assuming that the solar wind is concentrated about the plane of the orbiting planets, the outward flow of ions from the Sun would represent a sheet of electric current. A significant magnetic field curved upon itself to form a donut, a torus, would be generated by the existence of the solar current sheet. This toroidal magnetic field should be found in the space above and below the space occupied by the solar wind. The Sun's rotation began consequent to nova discharge, creating Super Uranus. Super Uranus thereafter wheeled about the Sun in a close orbit. The magnetic field produced by their electrical transaction was instrumental in locking the rotation of the Sun to the motion of Super Uranus about the Sun. Strongly coupled together, the pair rotated, looking like an ever-expanding but otherwise rigid dumbbell. The gases and the planets, as they formed, remained trapped along the gaseous electrified axis between the principles, magnetic fields surrounding several flowing ions. Each moving ion or electron comprises a unit of electrical current. It generates a magnetic field which appears in the plane perpendicular to its motion. When electrical charges flow rapidly, as does the ion wind from the Sun, only a tiny magnetic field is apparent in the region between the flowing ions, because the magnetic effect of each ion is cancelled by that of its neighbors. A significant magnetic indication of the electrical flow is found only along the perimeter of the current sheet produced by the radial flow of the ions. Plavik notes that the companion, if less massive than the Sun, can always be expected to rotate in synchronism with orbital motion. He states that for all binary systems, synchronism of rotation and revolution seem to occur for orbital periods shorter than 10 days. For longer periods, the synchronism falls except as postulated above. Patton, 1967, notes that some semi-detached binary systems, particularly the algol group, have primaries which rotate appreciably faster than would be expected for orbital synchronism. We see these systems as a large stage of evolution of the binary. Solaria Binaria did not detach in this way until after the Saturnian period. See ahead, chapter 14. Oh, the evolution of Solaria Binaria. There's a Saturnian period. Interesting. The evolution of Solaria Binaria was such that the two principles were slowly driven apart, in part by the momentum of the flow of mass from one to the other, and in part from increased repulsion caused by the growing level of electric charge in the whole system by the accumulation of galactic electrons. All the while, the angular momentum, spin, within the system was being transferred from the primary to its companion. At fission, the Sun could have had over 80% of the angular momentum. The evolved binary, today's solar system, left less than 1% of the angular momentum of the Sun. If matter was transferred mechanically from the heavier Sun to the lighter orbiting super-Uranus, the spin of the binary would decrease, but if the transferred matter is electrically driven, acceleration would be expected to accompany the transfer, thereby potentially increasing the spin of the binary. Even if no increase in spin occurs, and even with the slight slowdown of spin, angular momentum is slowly lost by the Sun and gained by its companion and the primitive planets as the electric transfer continues. The pulling apart of the principles was reflected in an increase in the binary's period of revolution. That is, Solaria Binaria wheeled more slowly about its center. There is a significant relationship between the period of revolution of binaries and the observed surface temperature of the primary star. Certain stars, called early type by astronomers, tend to have companions with shorter periods. In its earlier stages, Solaria Binaria would have looked to a distant observer as a close binary with an unseen companion. We imply that the Sun was an early type star, but not in the usual sense of the term star. Within the sac where the two stars and the Earth were located, the energy flow may always have been similar to what we observe now. However, the outer parts of the sac were transacting intensively with the cosmos, and thus were radiating so as to appear markedly hotter. The perimeter of Solaria Binaria then would have been to radiate as an early type star, and not like the Sun does now. See figure 21. Its period of light variation, radiation emitted, and flow of mass would have attracted the attention of astronomers elsewhere to Solaria Binaria. Some curious age disparities exist between principles of binary systems. If the Sirius star system, a young main sequence star, is orbited by a less massive old white dwarf star, the B emission stars, hot, very rapidly rotating main sequence stars surrounded by a shell of gas, are often spectroscopic binaries whose companions orbit in about 10 days. The companion is usually invisible and believed to be a highly evolved star relative to the primary. The highly evolved component, admittedly, often has so little mass that a nuclear synthetic evolution could not have aged it so rapidly. Both the age disparities and the size anomalies disappear if the electrical evolution is considered. It is noteworthy that many of the interesting close binary systems involve an unseen companion. The primaries in these systems range from very hot type O stars to very cool type M stars. The sizes and masses within these star systems are inferred conventionally from the theory of evolution for the thermonuclear star, thermonuclear fusion. We do not agree with such an interpretation of this evidence. We will not pursue the stages of early evolution of Solaria Binaria here. For that, see Part 2. These unaware men saw the skies in the age of Urania about 13,000 current years before the present. There are no humans capable of comprehending Solaria Binaria before it began to break up at the end of an Earth age that we shall call Pangea. Super Uranus was first revealed to humans as a luminous object about twice the size of the Sun we observe today. The Earth was then located about 2/3 of the distance from the Sun to Super Uranus, because it was still electromagnetically bound to the axis between the stars. The objects found within the inner regions of galaxies seemingly orbit in this way, and probably for the same reason. With such a configuration, the Sun, if visible, would have been seen from the Earth's southern hemisphere only, and would appear 2.5 times larger than Super Uranus, which in its turn was visibly only from the northern hemisphere. The hemispheres referred to here are not those inscribed on the Earth globes of today. They refer to the ancient references to the sky gods and their places. The Earth moved with its north locked towards Super Uranus. See ahead to Figure 18. No other major gaseous planet was within existence at this time. As the solid wheel binary evolved, the Sun eventually was separated from Super Uranus by 105 gigameters, about 0.7 astronomical units. That number comes up a lot. Before the next great quantivolution, the primitive planets, Mars, Earth, Apollo, and Mercury, ended up between the two principles in the region between 61 and 96 gigameters from the Sun. At such separation, this would bring the planet Mars and Mercury closer to the Earth by factors of 4 and 6 respectively. Even so, these planets would produce visible disks which were only about 1/27th the size of today's moon. As they could be seen, which we doubt, they would still be observed almost as points of light in the sky. Planets were originally debris from the super-sun nova. They traveled out in the trail of Super Uranus, held in the electric and gaseous flow. They settled into their original positions rather than moving on, because they were electrically less negative than Super Uranus. They distributed themselves in their magnetic cage along the axis in accord with the principle of maximum mutual repulsion, elsewhere known as the principle of least interaction action. See Ovenden, 1974. Several cosmogonies involve processes occurring within a binary star system. Gunn proposes that planets arise from the breakup of a rotationally unstable star. The same process by which he accounts for the formation of a binary star system from a single star, Littleton, 1936, visualizes a process by which planets form during an encounter of a star with two other stars. For such an encounter between three stars to be likely, the stars must formally be members of a bound system of stars. A triple star system, Bruce, 1944, like Gunn, sees the process of planet formation as a single case of fission of one star into a binary. From the beginning, Solaria Binaria was enveloped in a cloud of solar material, gases and solids. As the binary evolved, this sac became extended along the lengthening axis from Sun to Super Uranus, compressed by the magnetic field generated by flowing electrified gases. A stable gaseous tube surrounded the planets. Indeed, these gases pervaded the entire planetary region, enveloping all of the planets in a single sack of gases. Within this dense gaseous sack, the contents of which the ancients called the ether, we will call the plenum. The planets could receive biologically necessary temperatures from the actual electrical discharge connecting the Sun with Super Uranus, DeGrazia, 1981. If today's aircraft had existed then, they might have flown regularly among the planets. Very interesting. The approximate size of the gases tube within which the Earth and the other planets moved was at most the diameter of the Sun, and at least a significant fraction of the diameter of Super Uranus. This tube confined the plenum, which allowed life to develop and thrive on all of the planets of Solaria Binaria. End of chapter. Got chapter 5 coming up next. And, I'm not adopting this book, as you may know. I'm just reading it because it's interesting and it's another take. So it gives us something, another plateau to think on, But I'm not reading it because I've accepted it. I just wanted to make that clear. Okay. I'll talk to you. Chapter 5 will be coming soon. Thank you. Chapter 5, The Sack and its Plenum. The original supersun, prior to its nova, was accumulating electrons from the galaxy, consistent with the demands of the environment through which it was passing. As we have explained earlier, the supersun became too electronegative and expelled material violently into its surrounding space. This material could not escape. Its expulsion was exposed both by the post-nova sun and by the galaxy. It thus formed and filled a sac surrounding the newly created Solaria Binaria. In the sac was the whole system of Solaria Binaria: the Sun, Super Uranus, the primitive planets, and the plenum of gases and solids of solar origin that nurtured the planets. As the binary widens, the sac becomes conical in shape, narrowing from the size of the Sun at one end to about the size of Super Uranus at the other. A system of similar appearance has been postulated for the binary AM Hercules. Wickramasny and Basel describe gas flow patterns in X-ray emitting binary systems there. One may note a similarity in the shape of their pattern of maximum obscuration to the cone of gases proposed in this work. Viewed from the outside, the ancient plenum would have been opaque to light. Not so with the gas of Earth's atmosphere today, which is 8 kilometers thick. If the atmosphere is considered as a column of gas of consistent density, this atmospheric layer is of trivial thickness compared to the radius of the Earth. Yet, its importance to the environment is unquestionable. Even this negligible atmospheric layer removes 18.4% of the incoming sunlight, mostly by diverting it from its original direction of travel. Some of this scattered light returns to space, but most of it is redirected several times to produce the blue sky so familiar to us. Atmospheric scatter is enhanced near sunset, when the incoming light traverses an atmospheric column tens of times longer than near noon. The setting sun is notably fainter, and it's colder, redder, because of the increased scatter. If the atmospheric column were as little as 1,280 kilometers thick at present surface air density, all of the sunlight would be deflected from its incoming direction. Light would still be seen, but only after scattering several times. No discernible source could be identified with the light. So it was in the days of Solaria Binaria. To be precise, if in the last days of Super Uranus, this body were about 30 gigameters from Earth, and if Super Uranus was then as bright per square centimeter of the surface as today's Sun, It would not have been directly visible unless the gas density in the plenum was close to that deduced today for the Earth's atmosphere. At an altitude of 80 kilometers, to see more distant sun, this density would have to be decreased another fourfold. In the age of Urania, Super Uranus was located about as far from the Sun as the orbit of the planet Venus today, as would provide the plenum with a volume of about 10 to the 20 cubic kilometers. If the plenum contained as much as 1% of the atoms in the present Sun, the gas density would be several times that found at the base of Earth's atmosphere today. Neither star would be seen directly. Only a dim, diffused light could reach the planetary surfaces. As the Binaria evolved, the plenum came to contain an increased electrical charge. It expanded, leaving less and less gas in the space between the principles. Thus, it became gradually more transparent. Astronomers see diluting plenum gases elsewhere in evolving binary systems. Batten, 1973, page 10. Discussing matter flow within binary systems favors gas densities of the order of 10 to the 13 particles per cubic centimeter. Warner and Nather propose a much higher density for one system, U Geminorum, a dwarf nova system, where they postulate a gas disk with 6 times 10 to the 17 electrons per cubic centimeter. Unless all the gas is ionized, the neutral gas density would be higher than the calculated electron density. The gas densities that they mention are comparable to those necessary to allow the early humans to discern the first celestial orbits. In earlier stages of Solaria Binaria, the plenum was impenetrable to an outside. I'm obviously taking it that this took eons in time, because according to them, life is already on the planets when it's in this phase. In earlier stages of Solaria Binaria, the plenum was impenetrable to an outside observer. All detected radiation came from the surface layers of the cone-shaped sac, an area up to 55 times the surface of the Sun. The luminosity of the sac would arise from the transaction between inflowing galactic electrons and the gases on the perimeter of the sac. The plenum at formation was electron-rich relative to the stars and the planetary nuclei centered within it. These latter electron-deficient bodies promptly initiated a transaction to obtain more electrons by expelling electron-deficient atoms into the volume of the plenum. The charge differences within the sac were modulated with time. In other words, the plenum was losing electrons from its perimeter to its center. In response, the size of the sac collapsed under cosmic pressure. In time, this charge redistribution might have diminished the volume of the sac by as much as tenfold, compressing the cone of gases into a cylinder or column of small diameter. Running along the axis between the Sun and Super Uranus was an electrical discharge joining the two principles. Moving with this electrical flow was matter from the Sun that was bound for Super Uranus. Some of this matter would be intercepted by and incorporated into the primitive planets. Induced by the electrical flow, a magnetic field was generated, which encircled the axis and rapidly pinched the gases. The pinch effect is self-limiting, in that the more the current, the more the pinch. An infinite current, in theory, pinches the current carriers into an infinitesimal volume. The plenum at formation was electron-rich relative to the stars and the planetary nuclei centered within it. These latter electron-deficient bodies promptly initiated a transaction to obtain more electrons by expelling electron-deficient atoms into the volume of the plenum. The charge differences within the sac were modulated with time. In other words, the plenum was losing electrons from its perimeter to its center. In response, the size of the sac collapsed under cosmic pressure. In time, this charge redistribution might have diminished the volume of the sac by as much as tenfold, compressing the cone of gases into a cylinder or column of small diameter. Running along the axis between the Sun and Super Uranus was an electrical discharge joining the two principles. Moving with this electrical flow was matter from the Sun that was bound for Super Uranus. Some of this matter would be intercepted by and incorporated into the primitive planets. Induced by the electrical flow, a magnetic field was generated, which encircled the axis and rapidly pinched the gases. The pinch effect is self-limiting, in that the more current, the more the pinch. An infinite current, in theory, pinches the current carriers into an infinitesimal volume, extinguishing it. Blevin, 1964, page 214. Material would be extruded at both ends of the pinched flow by the pressure induced in the pinch. This circular magnetic field, a magnetic tube, would induce randomly moving ions of the plenum to circulate along the field direction. The circulating motion of the ions eventually would be transferred by collision to the neutral gases. The result would be in the outer regions flow would be dominated by revolution around the circumference of the tube. Everything here would eventually revolve uniformly. The innermost regions of the column were dominated by flow along the axis. Considerable transaction occurred at the junction of these two separately moving regions of the column, the central and the peripheral. Some luminosity would arise from the transaction of electrons and ions deep within the magnetic tube. The ions, electrically accelerated towards Super Uranus, were neutralized at some point along their trajectory. At neutralization, X-rays were produced. Some of the ions would be neutralized upon collision within the magnetic tube, most upon reaching Super Uranus. But because the pinch phenomenon noted above, some ions would be extruded and neutralized near the perimeter of the sac behind Super Uranus. Despite the high gas density in the original plenum, X-ray emission would be observable from the outside. That such is the case elsewhere is indicated by Brennan. As the plenum diluted with time in a manner to be discussed in Chapter 11, the outside observer would see deeper and deeper into the system, and eventually all of the X-ray emission would come from the interference between the magnetic tube and the surface of Super Uranus. As in other binary systems, a partial eclipse of the main X-ray source would then be seen as the dumbbell revolved. See Tannenbaum and Hutchings for data on other binaries. Matsuka notes a positive correlation between X-ray and optical emission in binaries. Radio-emitting regions surround many binary systems. Wick-Ramsingke and Bessel. Spangler and his colleagues claim that radio emission from binary stars is noted for stars that are overluminous. The radio emission is generated by electrons transacting with the magnetic field associated with the inner star axis. That is, emission is enhanced when a stronger transaction occurs between the stars, causing the overluminosity is understandable using our model. Despite the high gas density in the original plenum, X-ray emission would be observable from the outside. That such is the case elsewhere is indicated by Brennan. As the plenum diluted with time, in a manner to be discussed in Chapter 11, the outside observer would see deeper and deeper into the system, and eventually all of the X-ray emission would come from the interference between the magnetic tube and the surface of Super Uranus. As in other binary systems, a partial eclipse of the main X-ray source would then be seen as the dumbbell revolved. See Tannenbaum and Hutchings for data on other binaries. Matsuka notes a positive correlation between X-ray and optical emission in binaries. Radio-emitting regions surround many binary systems. Wick-Ramsky and Bessel. Spangler and his colleagues claim that radio emission from binary stars is noted for stars that are overluminous. The radio emission is generated by electrons transacting with the magnetic field associated with the inner star axis. That is, emission is enhanced when a stronger transaction occurs between the stars, causing the overluminosity is understandable using our model. At the perimeter of the plenum, optical effects would show to an outside observer an apparent absorption shell associated with the hidden binary within. Like many of the close binary systems, the stars of Solaria Binaria would not be resolvable in a distant telescope, but the binary nature of the system could be known because observable differences could be produced as the dumbbell revolved. Gas-containing binary systems, as described here and elsewhere, Batten, 1973, represent the state of Solaria Binaria at various epochs, and especially in its last days. As the binary system collapsed, the plenum thinned, allowing direct observation of light produced by sources inside the sac. The gas disk, theoretically implied to surround the stars of other binaries, is waning in the late translucent plenum. The gas streams detected flowing between certain binary components are present in Solaria Binaria along what we call the electrical arc. The gas clouds, whose absorption spectrum leads us to believe that they envelope entire binary systems, correspond to the perimeter of the early opaque plenum. As Solaria Binaria evolved, each of the classes of circumstellar matter noted by astronomers became observable in their turn. Inferable from the above is the degree of visibility from the Earth's surface or from any point of the planetary belt within the plenum. Overall, there is a translucence. Objects near at hand might be distinguished, certainly after the halfway mark in the million-year history of Solaria Binaria was passed. Sky bodies were indistinguishable from Earth. With passing time, the level of light would increase. In the beginning, the light is scattered and the sky is a dim white. As the plenum thinned electrically, the sky bodies would emerge as diffuse reddish patches. During this process, the sky would brighten and become more blue. Thus, as they emerge, Super Uranus and the Sun brighten and whiten, while the sky becomes darker and bluer. At a time related to the changes soon to be discussed, around 14,000 years ago, the Earth is suddenly peopled by humans, and one may investigate whether any memories remain of the plenum. There seem to be several legendary themes that correlate with our deductions about visibility. Seemingly, Aboriginal legends describe the heavens as hard, heavy, marble-like luminous. Earliest humans were seeing a vault, a dome, probably in retrospect to the heaven, as ascribed the human qualities of a robe or covering, and by extension, part of the anthropomorphic god. Thus, the Romans saw Colus, the Chinese Tien, the Hindus Varuna, and the Greeks Oranos. Vale, 1905 to 1972, presents ample evidence that day and night were uncertain and that the heavens were continuously translucent. When the Hindu myth says the world was dark and asleep until the great demiurge appeared, we construe the word dark as non-bright relative to the sunlight sky that came later. Heaven and earth were close together, were spouses according to Greek and other legends. The global climate of the earth in the plenum was wet. All is born from the insemination of the fecund earth by the sky, said some legends. There was so much moisture in the plenum that although the ocean basins were not yet structured, the first proto-humans might confuse the waters of the firmament above with the earth waters. In some legendary beginnings, a supreme deity had dispatched a diver to bring out earth from the great primordial waters of chaos, and the earliest condition was referred to as a chaos, not in the present sense of turbulent clouds, disorder, and disaster, but in the sense of lacking precise indicators of order, such as a cycle that would let time be measured. Tien is the Chinese heaven. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Universally present chaos without form. The gods who later give men time, such as Kronos, are specifically celebrated. Therefore, Plato, sky bodies were invisible. Legends of creation do not begin with a bright sky filled with beings, but speak of a time before this, when the first sky body observations were reported. They are of falling bodies. The earliest fixed heavenly body in legend is not the sun, the moon, the planets, nor the stars, but Super Uranus, as will be described later on. Nor was the radiant perimeter of the sack visible. It lay far beyond discernment, as such, and was, in any case, practically indistinguishable from its luminescence. The electrical arc would have been visible directly only in its decaying days, being likewise sheathed from sight by dense atmosphere of the tube, that the arc or axis appeared along with the sky bodies. Before its radiance expired is to be determined in the next chapter, where its composition and operation are discussed. End of chapter. A quick one. Chapter 6. The electrical axis and its gaseous radiation. The binary electrical system was distinguished by an electrical flow between the principles. This was a highly energetic discharge, which generated chemical and probably nuclear transformations among the gaseous constituents of the plenum. It provided the heat, energy, for life to emerge. The gaseous plenum initially seems to have contained an excess of hydrogen. The combination of electrical arc and hydrogen-rich gases favored the quick production of organic molecules of the biological systems, Miller and Urey, within the plenum. An electrical current flowing along the axis of the binary of the order of 10 to the 14th amperes, 100 teraamperes, would produce sufficient magnetic field intensity to constrain the plenum gases, up to 64,000 kilometers from the axis. See ahead to Chapter 7. Electrical breakdown can occur in dense gases, where the electrical field intensity is of the order of 25 kilovolts per centimeter. The longer the electrical column, the greater the potential difference required between the principles in order for breakdown to occur. Once breakdown occurs, the voltage drop at a place decreases from kilovolts per centimeter to tenths of a volt per centimeter. Along the discharge column, the voltage drop varies considerably. It is greatest near the electrodes and is very small at most points in the body of the discharge. It is difficult to estimate the energy that would be released by a discharging arc unless the voltage drop across the arc is known. Since we do not know this value for Solaria Binaria, we must define the arc's parameters in terms of other criteria. One must be preoccupied with the thermal constraints upon the Earth and its developing biosphere. It is known that transverse heat flow is hindered by the presence of a strong magnetic field. Also, the gases, insulated, diffused, and rendered uniform, the intermittent blasts of the arc by the time the radiation reached the region occupied by the planets. Nevertheless, the closer the Earth to the arc, the more energy it would have received. For some time, the Earth gained its energy almost entirely from the arc source. It is reasonable to assume that Earth's temperature must soon have developed below 325 Kelvin. If the Earth to arc distance is chosen to be fixed at 64,000 kilometers from the arc, the Earth is irrotational with respect to the arc, and it absorbs all incoming energy. See ahead to Chapter 13. The heat flowing away from the binary arc cannot much exceed 2.6 times 10 to the 14th watts per kilometer of arc. Such an arc would dissipate at least 3.1 times 10 to the 22nd watts within the sec. Given the constraints to radial heat flow cited above, the actual arc could have been much more energetic than we calculate here. Thus, the discharge should have produced a small region of hot gas centered along the electrical axis. Surrounding the gases of the discharge was a large opaque mantle of cool gases. Within the cooler gases were the electrically charged planets, which had been repelled from the arc but caught up in the magnetic tube. See ahead, Chapter 7. In terrestrial lightning, the period of electrical buildup, leader process, compared to time of discharge, return stroke, is in the ratio of hundreds to 1. The recovery time before the next stroke has built up is often 800 times the duration of the stroke. Thus, it would be reasonable to conceive of the Solaria Binaria arc as discharging about 1,000th of the time. A lightning bolt leader moves about 300 kilometers per second. Thus, late in the history of Solaria Binaria, it would have taken about 350,000 seconds for the leader to work its way along the 105 gigameters between the principles. The return discharge propagates faster, taking only 2,190 seconds, or 36.5 minutes. I wonder how he figured all this out. Did this art, so necessary to life, persist even into the time of human awareness? As Super Uranus receded from the Sun, and the planets redistributed themselves further apart in its wake, it is logical to assume that the intensity of the arc declined, and its flow became intermittent. Hence, at around 13,000 years before the present, an observer on Earth would have seen a great flickering and coiling axis or column of fire. Solaria's electrical binary connection differs from a terrestrial lightning stroke of today in that it involves many concurrent, but not necessarily simultaneously launched, arc channels. A close analogy would be the granular cells seen at the bottom of the discharge channels between the galaxy and the surface of today's sun. In this latter case, the difference between the arc and Solaria Binaria and the radially directed discharges on today's sun is the absence of a closely spaced, non-electrically neutral companion body. This proximity, which was present in Solaria Binaria, induced a continual series of electrical explosions to be conducted along the electrical tube joining the closest localities of the surfaces of the two stars. The plenum gases at this time, especially near the arc, were dense enough to be opaque to radiation. A discharge that is opaque appears to radiate from its surface rather than from the whole volume of gas. In consequence, energy flows diffusely away from the central discharge into the surrounding gas, some as radiant energy, some as the flow of excited matter, some by thermal conduction, by kinetic energy exchange and collision. Collisions will act so as to maintain an outward flow of energy. Somerville. Usually, ions and electrons diffuse radially from the column. Later, they recombine, giving up the energy of ionization to the gas. Also, excited atoms, especially those which are long-lived, flow away from the column, carrying internal excitation energy which they can release when deactivated by a collision with the non-excited atom or molecule. I heard that atoms never die. You know, if that's true, it's just what I heard. The relative importance of radiation when contrasted with conduction for redistributing the arc's energy will depend upon the composition of the gas and the gas pressure. Some gases, like hydrogen and helium, are not efficient radiators of visible light. However, for all gases, high pressure makes radiation more important than conduction in the transfer of energy. In the laboratory, electric arc current flows are of the order of 10 amperes per square centimeter. If such an arc were to flow between the early sun and its close companion Super Uranus, it need strike only a rather small area of the latter. A discharge column, if encompassing an area of only 10 to the 13th square centimeters, could produce an arc current of 100 amperes. In an electric arc, the gases burn in a relatively narrow column. The higher the gas pressure, the narrower the discharge column, and the more difficult it becomes to sustain a uniform current through the discharge. Somerville. Strong arc discharges, such as lightning channels, seem to bend in helical shape. Such bending seems to generate a condition within the arc which can terminate the discharge. Non-electrical gradients in the conducting electrified gases are usually offered as explanation for the curving of the discharge channel. These mechanical drifts set up within electrical discharges are probably better explained as electrical drifts, but neither explanation goes very far at present. Revolution of the gases around the longitudinal axis of laboratory discharge columns tends to stabilize the discharges. When they do, the rotating gases are said to create a radial gravitational field. Somerville. Similar vortical stabilization is noted in rotating air. It is suggested in tornadoes, where almost continuous vertical lightning activity occurs. The rotating gases surrounding and driven by the magnetic tube in Solaria Binaria would act to keep the electric discharge going when it otherwise would have gone out. In the laboratory, high current discharges are so unstable that continuous operation is not easily maintained. The pinch effect usually extinguishes the discharge. Within the current removed magnetic field, relaxation occurs so that hot electrified gases begin to diffuse away, cooling the discharge column. Electrical forces quickly establish the current stopping the outward flow of hot matter. So it was too in Solaria Binaria. The arc pulsed regularly, responding to some natural rhythm between the forces leading to extinction and the forces promoting resurrection. High gas densities favor brief, frequently reoccurring pulses of arcs. Could this mechanism be the origin of the regular pulses of radiation observed in celestial objects called pulsars? As the gas density decreases, the arc's pulsing frequency would decline. Pulsars show a slowing of the pulse rate with time. I would imagine that a big enough plasmoid could be mistaken for a pulsar. But, it's a good question. The electric arc operating in Solaria Binaria is a cosmic discharge of long duration in the course of 17 letters about cosmic electrical discharges. 1958 to 1964 has documented examples of smaller arcs of shorter duration and of longer arcs lasting to millions of years. We concur with this conclusion that electric discharges on a cosmic scale explain many phenomena observed in the astronomical realm. Bruce has convinced us that only scale differentiates lightning discharges observed regularly in the Earth's troposphere from solar flares, periodic discharges in the giant envelopes of gases surrounding certain variable stars, and the enormous eruptions moving through the entire volumes of certain active galaxies. He proposed that an electric discharge liberating energy comparable to that ascribed to the quasars was capable of transforming elliptical galaxies into spirals. It would seem, and that would make sense too, because it's probably exactly the opposite of what mainstream thinks it is. They got everything wrong. It would seem that the quasar phenomenon is, in fact, a galaxy in transformation. Well, there you go. That's the Grausian getting it from Holton Art. This is the grandest of cosmic lightning discharges. In its wake, the spiral arms of the galaxy form with their metal-rich stars. Bruce speculated that in the enormous temperatures generated in these discharges, nucleosynthesis transmutes smaller atoms into larger ones. It is this latter possibility that leads us to postulate that nuclear transformations were accomplished in the arc of Solaria Binaria. If they were, they probably occurred most vigorously at the beginning, when the discharge current was greatest. Despite the many problems with laboratory experimentation in this area, some supportive work has taken place using a pulsed high-current arc discharge. Russian workers produced beams of 40 kilo-electron-volt deuterons at instabilities in the discharge. Somerville, page 55. This achievement is consistent with certain proposed nucleosynthetic processes that occurred in low-energy flares above star surfaces. Canal. Zirin gives us mechanism for the generation of solar flares resembling processes which might occur within regions of a pinched electrical arc. Even more closely related to the situation in Solaria Binaria is just speculation that X-ray burst sources result from thermonuclear flashes. X-ray burst sources are episodic, and some bursts are more frequent. Many burst sources can be inactive for weeks. X-ray sources, steady, and bursters are associated with binary star systems. Now, that stuff is scary. Talking about stars bursting. No thanks. If particularly the burst sources are due to thermonuclear reactions in close binary star systems, then we can be confident that these reactions occurred in Solaria Binaria, and they were instrumental in shaping its chemical and biological structure. In so much as these thermonuclear events were part of an early history of the electrical axis, no human would have observed this part of his ultimate creation. The last chapter mentioned what the earliest true humans would have generally perceived, but it postponed treating their special experience with the electrical axis. A correlation of the electrical axis with early legends about central fire may be probative. At one region of the Earth, the axis might be expected to appear as kind of a rainbow of fire or neon tube glow across the sky, ending at Super Uranus. And another region of the arc might appear more short at the horizon and stretch to the red star in the opposing hemisphere. The arc might be visible alone first, and then might reach for and finally attain the sun, with the axis blossoming at the sun, thus creating it. Or vice versa. The flickering of the arc, when slowed down enough to be noticeable, might resemble red-coiled snakes, intertwining and crawling brokenly towards the great red god. Indeed, the snake and dragon accompany very early gods and goddesses. The serpent of the Jupiter-type myth is always seen to be a creation of the Proto-Saturn god, Tressman and Ogie Hogan. I've heard that name before, from Velikovsky. That is, Uranus, the Saturnian image with snakes from India, I think it's an alias, and the Chinese painting of the espoused deities shown in figure 12 and figure 32 are suggestive serpents, are among the earliest symbols of art and myth. The color red is widely used and sacred in archaic, perhaps Paleolithic Uranian times. Greshner. However, the abundance of such symbols is counterbalanced by their generality as reference, lacking specific applications to phenomena. They are an unreliable indication of the electrical axis. Certain symbols associated directly with Saturn of the time of Super Saturn are also suggestive of the arc. These include the courtly long-gowned figure of the god, the tree of life, including the Christmas tree, the sacred mountain, and others, Talbot, that convey the image of the god atop a cone-shaped or pyramidal design on top of the world. Now, Dave Talbot wrote the Saturn myth 4 years before, if I'm not mistaken, 1980. This book came out in 84. In Iroquois land, at the beginning of things, the chief of heaven, in a fit of jealousy towards his spouse, uproots the tree whose flowers illuminate the celestial world. The sun and moon did not exist at the time. He cast his wife, fertile earth, into the hole and replaced the tree. That's terrible. 1967, he laid. The planet Saturn in ancient Indian art. Brahma, planet Saturn, encircled, riding by serpents. Testimony from an early time of the serpent motif in cosmogony, reproduced courtesy of SIS Review. Among the Neju Dayak of Borino, the creator couple, dwelling as birds in the tree of life, and damage the tree badly. Some time after the first humans are born, of their efforts, the tree is destroyed. Jeez. I wonder where like we are. Linguistic frame of modern science. You know, like Mother Earth was raped by this guy and beat up and thrown in a hole. Linguistic frame of modern science is the concept of the central fire that occupied early Greek philosophy. This has particularly descended through the fragments attributed to Philios the Pythagorean, Dreyer. Rose has thoroughly explored the material. Philios was the first of the secretive Pythagoreans to publish a book, and his treatment by Plato leaves little doubt that he represented a considerable school of archaic science. Some 32 attributes of the central fire are to be elicited from Phileos and Heraclitus, as presented by Rose, all of which can be accompanied to the theory of the electrical axis of Solaria Binaria. The central fire was thought to have been a layer of fire above a layer of air. It is the center of the world. It is cone-shaped. It never sets, and has always the same location in the sky. It is alone the highest, unmoving, stable, the beginning of everything. The earth orbits around the fire, but earth does not rotate upon itself, nor has the earth any obliquity. The fire is not counted among the numbered bodies of celestial sphere. It is not called Saturn, or by any other name except that it was termed the mother of the gods. It is called the hearth of all, the residence of Zeus, his throne, his tower, his fortress. It is a divine ruler and teacher. It is the altar, the bound, and the measure of nature. The sun borrowed light from the fire. The sun orbits around it. The moon, planets, and stars orbit the fire. Heraclitus reported it as an ever-living fire, kindling itself by regular measures and going out by regular measures. He said that it advances and retires. Rose. Earth turns always the same face towards the fire. A counter-earth exists, which is closer to the earth than to the fire, and obscures the fire from view. The match of Solaria Binaria's axis of electrical fire, as electrical discharges were called until the 19th century, with the attributes of the central fire in Greek cosmogony is close. The mention of celestial bodies can be explained as reflecting later observation of some traits. End of chapter. That was a good one. I enjoyed that chapter. Depending on how it does, I'll decide to do the second half or not. Thanks for listening.
Take a walk through the universe and see where we live.
Chapter 13. The Nova of Super Uranus and Ejection of the Moon. Ancient Mesopotamian accounts of the gods tearing off each other's heads and limbs are not baffling in the context of early human existence, but these and similar stories of the Teutonic, Greek, Roman, Hindu, Iranian, Mexican, Egyptian, and archaic primitive religions are baffling in regard to their positioning in time. Given an empirically established calendar, a general review of the early literature may assign a period to them. Tentatively, we assign these earliest theomachies to a period of Super Uranus instability and the climactic nova of Super Uranus that drastically changed the face of the Earth. According to Hindu accounts, while Adityas and Vitras fought in the troubled first phase of the skies, heaven and earth, living together in a common house, bore Indra. At first concealed, he fed upon Soma until he attained enormous size, whereupon he blew heaven and earth apart forever, filling the atmosphere by himself and exploding the Vitras in the process by thunderbolts. From the exploded belly of Vitra came the cosmic waters, acknowledged Indra, Super Uranus, as their new lord. Out of the waters came also the sun, Varuna, heaven as Super Uranus presided, as order and truth emerged from primordial chaos. This narrative is but one culture's account of mankind's witnessing of the explosion of the celestial body. An alternative from the Vedic period has a cosmic egg, here Super Uranus, floating for 1,000 years in the primordial waters, our plenum, until it burst as a nova, to reveal the Lord of the universe, Purusha. It may be that Purusha is yet another phase of the troubled Super Uranus. From the navel of Purusha sprang a lotus bright as 1,000 suns, possibly an electric arc, whence came Brahma, who acquired Purusha's powers as Lord of the universe, and whom we shall identify below as Super Saturn. Cardona, 1978. The cracking of the cosmic egg may represent the site of a fissioning Super Uranus in human memory. The Hebrew book of Genesis begins with a primordial light that did not have the company of the celestial bodies until the fourth day. This may have been lightness or a light. The deity may have been Super Uranus, who first gave lightness and then a light of himself. Some, Cordona, place the deity here already into the Saturnian period, justifiably asserting the perennial names and qualities of Elohim and Saturn. We speculate that either Genesis begins after the Super Uranian nova with Super Saturn, or that the great expanse of time, Elohim, and his Uranian role was merged into Elohim in his Saturnian role. Generalizing on this problem, Trussman and Ogie comment that where there is descent from the father to son, it is obvious otherwise the transaction between the original deity and the later Saturn god is not too marked. The Sumerian ideogram for star, god, and heaven, An, is one and the same, a simple 8-pointed star shape. This strongly suggests that they believed the original heaven was a body that later became a star. It also strongly indicates that the first deity was this star heaven god. Trussman Ogie, quoting Kramer. The Egyptians defined Atum as the incomplete one who became complete, says Lowry, citing the coffin text. We may surmise that this heaven becoming a star, Atum, was depicted by the Egyptians as a setting sun. There is every indication that this original deity was at one time the only visible planetary body of the heavens. From the Hindu sources we have, in the beginning, Prajapati existed alone. The Egyptian records tell that Atum was alone in the primeval watery abyss. The deities An, Anu, Samuric, and Oranos, Greek, were both lone planetary deities, although their names translate literally as heaven. In each case, the successor to the original deity was a Saturn-type god. In the Edda epic of Scandinavia, the spirit brooding over the dark, abysmal water calls order out of chaos, and once having given the impulse to all creation, the first cause returns and remains forevermore. The star in its pre-nova state was apparent from the time of its emergence from out of the gloom into now activated heavens. The interval from 14,000 to 11,000 years ago may be designated as the age of Urania. The skies were falling upon the transformed primate schizoid Homo sapiens. Children's fables like that of Chicken Little, who led the barnyard animals in a search for an authority to do something about the falling skies, are ancient and widespread, and are not to be neglected as reflections of the ancient traumas, imprinted upon the collective memory and sublimated into the first fictional literature alongside the sacred religious myths. De Grazia, when the heavens were broken open, as by Panku, the Chinese creator god, Super Uranus appeared in the north, immense and egg-shaped, probably resembling a giant eye. 2. Atop the sky. At first the white of the albumen, it became yolk red and radiated heat. It was probably the primordial light of the beginning lines of the Hebrew Genesis. As noted above, the present celestial bodies appeared only on the fourth day of creation. To the south, less luminous because it was much more distant, was the sun. There were now 3 sources of heat: the magnetic tube powered by the arc, the sun, and most prominent of all, Super Uranus, depending upon the earthly observer's location. Either Super Uranus or the sun could be discerned through the thinning gases. In general, northern observers glimpsed Super Uranus, southerners saw the dimmer but larger sun. During this period of instability, Super Uranus erupted regularly. The body of the star contained electric charges distributed internally to be in balance with the charge on the surface, which was transacting with the sun and or the galaxy. The sun, via the arc, had been robbing Super Uranus of electrons for almost 1 million years, a process that kept the surface of Super Uranus relatively drained of charge. Super Uranus charge deficient surface could be altered in one of 2 ways: a sudden influx of galactic charge or a short-lived disruption of the arc. Both would overcharge the Uranian surface. The reaction would be to further concentrate the charges within Super Uranus, when the surface charge again became reduced, which would happen if the arc suddenly reconnected, allowing a burst of ions into Super Uranus. The interior of Super Uranus, now overly packed with charge, would respond by outbursting charged matter into space. This outburst would not normally escape from the domain of the star which generated it. Most of it would in time be reabsorbed into the star, returning the released charge. Charged debris falling back could help induce conditions for another electric compression and outburst, and so the star erupted cyclically. The cycle of erupting away highly charged material and subsequently reabsorbing it follows directly the notion of a plenum of charged gases around the binary system itself, secondarily around each charged body of the binary. The extent of each plenum is determined by the charge on the body it surrounds and by the charge in the plenum gases. When an eruption occurs, the plenum gases increase in charge and expand their sac. Electric fields are set up which cause charges to flow, thereby decreasing the surrounding charge relative to that within the central body. The plenum then begins to collapse. Pieces within the sac discharge and also fall back. In the age of Urania, each body might be said to possess an autonomous sac and plenum, immersed in the now diluted plenum of the whole system. The plenum of Solaria had by this time become so tenuous that the individual bodies had established around themselves electrospheres, regions of charges, gases, and from time to time solid matter. These spheres, or regional environments, were to their central bodies what the plenum had been to the system, and that they defined the limit of the body's influence upon nearby matter and charges. Vestiges of the electrospheres are found today in the electric sheaths surrounding the Sun and the various planets. The transition occurred mostly in the time of Jupiter. See Chapter 15. The restoration of erupted pieces occurs so long as they do not exceed a certain critical size. Judging by today's solar system, this would seem to be about 22 kilometers in diameter, or a volume of 6,000 cubic kilometers. Pieces that could not be reabsorbed could become satellites of their parent body, as had Super Uranus and the primitive planets. But in Solaria, they could be transferred from the realm of one body to another, whenever the two electrical plena involved were contiguous. In these special circumstances, escape was possible. The smaller sacs could leak gases and pieces into adjoining sacs. This is how Super Uranus bombarded the planets. Its outbursts electrically charged the Earth's sac and filled it with debris of diverse sizes. The cooling Earth, noted during the Uranian period, could be accomplished by several means. As the plenum cleared, more and more of the arc's energy was transmitted directly to the Earth without involving the plenum gases as intermediary. Thus, albedo became more important in the energy transfer. Where earlier the heated plenum kept the Earth warm, now the light conveyed energy directly to the Earth. If the cloudy Earth reflected 52% of the radiation from the arc, the Earth would cool to 270 Kelvin from its former warmer temperature. That's 26 degrees Fahrenheit, -3 Celsius. Alternatively, if the Earth accepted more than half of the light, but the arc cooled, the temperature would also drop, right at 87. Super Uranus ejected a large chunk of its material down the magnetic tube towards the Sun. This element, to be termed Uranus Minor, was preceded and accompanied by gaseous blasts and water, badly out of electrical equilibrium, both because of the electrical cataclysm which ravished Super Uranus, and because the ejects now followed orbits, taking them into regions of greatly different space charge. A vast, brightly glowing space charge sheath surrounded Uranus Major. As it hurtled towards the Earth, See Jerkins, 1972, for a discussion of these sheaths. At the time of the eruption, the Earth is revolving around the arc, moving counterclockwise, viewed from Super Uranus. The globe is oriented with Africa, the Old North, facing the explosion. The magnetic poles lie on the rotational equator, Greenland leading and Antarctica following. At this time, the Earth had a continental crust everywhere. The continents that survive today were bunched around Africa, then located at the north rotational pole. In Figure 27, the land areas of the world today are drawn schematically as they related to Pangean, all Earth times. They accord with the geophysical and paleontological findings of the continental drift school of thought. 88. Uranus Minor, moving from Super Uranus towards the Sun, encounters the outside edge of Earth, the Pacific side, in passing. See Figure 28. An intense transaction occurs between the two. Electrical polarization distorts the shape of both bodies and their sacks, and the Earth's magnetic axis wrenches out of line, which causes the world to shudder. The sudden movement loosens part of the lithosphere. Torrents of water or ice flow or slide across the surface. Fiery blasts strike the area, which is now the West Central Pacific Ocean, opening massive craters, some deep enough to release mantle material previously 30 kilometers below the surface. At perigee, the transaction between Earth and Uranus Minor reaches a maximum. The crust on the side closest to the intruder cracks and fragments explosively. As much as half of the Earth's continental material rises into the sky, leaving exposed much of the upper mantle. This extraction initiates the reshaping of the lithosphere to produce the structure we study today, whereas before this event, the entire Earth was topped by a thick granite layer. Basalt was now exposed. In its brief encounter with the Earth, which we estimate to have lasted many hours, Uranus Minor peeled a deep swath of crust and some upper mantle material from the Central Pacific, and to less depth from the Great Seamount area west of the Americas. The surviving land from the age of Urania, prior to the eruption of Super Uranus, which hurled the large fragment, Uranus Minor, down. The magnetic tube passed the Earth. Our planet was covered by a complete shell of granitic crust. Much of that crustal layer was lost when the Earth encountered Uranus Minor. That crust which remains was once clustered around the ancient north rotational pole, which then always faced towards Super Uranus. It was ruptured and rifted by the close passage of Uranus Minor. The Earth wobbled eccentrically as mechanical. Electric and magnetic forces acted upon it. Surrounding the wounded surface was a rampart of devastating granites. Within it there were thousands of seamounts, unable quite to explode into the sky, and now frozen like pulled taffy. At its center was Figure 28, the encounter of Uranus Minor with the Earth. The Earth was in orbit around the electric arc at the time when Uranus Minor passed close by it. Then the Earth's surface was irrotational with respect to the arc, so that one point on the crust, magnetic south, was always leading on the orbit, see the picture, and the point on the opposite side, magnetic north, was always trailing, see overpage. Though the crustal arrangement of that time placed the lands differently, the lands on the present globe which did not take up their present positions until after the catastrophe described here would be orientated as indicated on figures 28A and B. Relative to the arc and the sun, Uranus Minor set the Earth on the trailing side and departed on the leading side. Compare with figure 18, tearing away crust and creating the moon basin where shown. An abysmal plain where the surface of the Earth's mantle appeared scoured of its covering. It was then, and is now, the deepest basin of the Earth's surface. The blow-off was so great that it pulled the great central magnet of the Earth 436 kilometers toward it, making the shortest circle line of the Earth's magnetic field of today pass through the Society Islands. The Earth's center of gravity was pitched 5 kilometers toward the Great Pacific Depression. In this one brief event, the entire original southern hemisphere of the Earth's crust was electrically ejected into the sky. The unbounding of the crustal granite and mantle from the subsurface magma involved a large transfer of energy. If the interbody transaction is translated into thermal terms, the heat would have been perhaps impossible for the Earth to support without vaporizing the biosphere and the globe itself. About 10 to the 32 joules are theoretically required to peel off the surface layer of the Earth entirely. Here, over half the crust was ejected. The balance was loosened and set into motion. However, the transaction consisted of a trade of material for electric charge. Uranus Minor, much more heavily charged, deposited charge upon the Earth. The new electrical energy was incorporated by the molecules of the Earth. Their internal atomic bonds were stretched. A very large amount of energy was required by the chemical bonds and supplied thermally by a huge column or front of lightning bolts blasted a swath into the sky during the pass-by. That heating which occurred was concentrated at the interface of crust and mantle and the bottom of the moon basin. In adjusting its figure following the ejection, the remaining landmass fractured and the Earth expanded by about 20%. DeGrazia, 1981. This represented a radial expansion of 9% and a corresponding atomic expansion throughout much of the Earth. The remainder of the continental mass that had covered the Earth fractured into the complex ocean ridge and land rift system viewed today, figure 29. The separated blocks were electrically repelled and squeezed apart. They rafted speedily towards the moon basin. Lava welled up from below the fissures and widened them. Thousands of new volcanoes were instantly activated. The constellation of fractures exhibited in the world map of figure 29 probably occurred within a day's time. DeGrazia, 1981, Manson, Chapter 4. Tectonic plate theory today regulates and fractures to a remote, unspecified area, with ocean basins always present. It invokes various mechanisms to accomplish over great stretches of time complex, slow movements of a number of plates carrying continental crust. The theory is not only unnecessary, it is mistaken on most obvious criteria. Melvin Cook, 1966, page 189. From the perspective of his research on explosives, points out readily the unified and simultaneous features of the global fracture system, finding in them what is ordinarily to be perceived in an explosive impact upon a globe. Possibly, certain minor fractures branched out or lengthened in the following months or years. Some fractures were not fully consummated, such as the African Near East Rift and the Trans-Asian Rift. Others have been covered in part by subsequent torques of the crust, as in the case of the San Andreas Fault, which was buried in the western movement of North America, or the Red Sea Adriatic Rhine Valley Rift, which was partially overridden by the Alps. It will be noted, too, how the Atlantic Ocean crack probably shot out from an Arctic base, traveled swiftly but against resistance, and then branched off to circumnavigate the South Pacific area, sending 4 continents on their separate journeys: South America, Africa, Australia, and Antarctica. A deluge of water fell from Uranus Minor as it passed. These waters were then replaced. The water carried away with the lost crust, fell into the hot fissures and onto the volcanoes blasted into existence at the passage. There the waters exploded, expediting further cracking of the continents. The world, which shortly before had been heading for an icy end, now became hot and steamy and was threatening by falling water and rock. A cubic kilometer of Earth's atmosphere at present contains 10,000 tons of water. If the Uranian deluges were precipitated by electrical activity of the Earth's electrosphere, see ahead to note B, only 540 tons of water per cubic kilometer would be required in order to achieve the oceanic levels that we estimate occurred in the Uranian lunar periods. In the course of a millennium, an annual rainfall of 1.2 meters depth would have descended upon the Earth's surface, a rainfall that a substantial section of the world's people enjoy today. This would be adequate to fill the basins up to the continental slopes, about half of the present ocean volume. Most of the rest of rainfall belongs to the story of Saturn, Chapter 14, next chapter. Can't wait to get to it. The fractured surface of the Earth, Figure 29. Now, I guess what it's saying is that he's going with the theory that the moon was born out of the Pacific Basin. Well, it's entirely possible. There's got to be a reason why there is no land in half the world. All of the land is on the Atlantic side. The whole Pacific Ocean, outside of a couple little islands, is empty and deep, the deepest ocean in the world. So, whether the moon was swiped from Jupiter or created from the Earth, I think it's an interesting story, and you never know what can be gleaned. Following the removal of the moon from the bulk of the Earth by the action of passing Uranus Minor, the surviving broken continental crust of the Earth shattered and rapidly scattered, taking up new positions around the craters surrounding the moon basin, and what is today the Pacific Ocean deep. The troughs, ridges, and faults of the current crust were sculptured as the moon was torn from the Earth and as the Earth recoiled and recovered from that devastating encounter with Uranus Minor. The volcanic and mountainous rim around the Pacific Ocean was created in this same catastrophe. The most prominent astroblims, were also products of the age of Urania, but not all of them were blasts accompanying the ejection of the moon. See, that's where Ramon and Degrassi differ. Ramon says the moon was captured from Jupiter. Both are entirely possible. Yeah, I think the only place that they were the same in is the whole star creating the planet scenario with the cosmic egg. But I always wondered, and I'm sure that probably could have very well happened, but so was the Earth separate from all that? Is that why we witnessed it? We witnessed it? I often wonder that. I mean, it'd be hard. If we were part of all of that going on, then how could we just appear here? We must have been in existence before all this happened. That's the only thing I can think of. Okay, back to the story. Sorry. Areas were set on fire. Elsewhere, newly created basins were being paved with basalt. As floods descended from the highland, they were vaporized on the hot lava. The water recirculated. Torrents of rain fell upon cooler land, producing another flood, which was once more vaporized, and assembled to launch yet another torrent. The sky remained cloudy. The oceans formed. With extra charge on the globe, the Earth's volume increased. The continental blocks fractured and sometimes folded as they conformed to the underlying shape of the Earth's body, and occasionally as they underwent collision. Thus, the geography of the modern world was established. Separated continents, ocean basins, global fractures and ridges, mountainous ramparts around the Pacific Basin, and a global circling welt, the old rotational equator, which forms the other great mountain chain of this planet. The Maharovicic discontinuity, which is found beneath the crust throughout the world, marks the level at which the ancient crust was severed from the underlying solid. The continents continue to float, moving today ever so slowly, but only 11,500 years ago. That motion was initiated in hours and rapidly completed. 3,000 years later, the continents were almost at rest and located close to where they are now found. They came to a halt because an electrical equilibrium had been established among them, at both their prows and their sterns. So even land masses have to equilibrate electrically. Interesting. The ocean basins by then held water roughly to the base of the continental shelves. Many seamounts and present oceanic islands. A seamount, I see, okay, that's just what it says it is, a seamountain. Were exposed and acquired biospheres in time. But another deluge, the Saturnian, or
Noachian,
was to come. The sculpting of the ocean basins occupied a millennium. During all of this time, waters continued to descend onto Earth from the sky in rains and occasional small deluges. Both old and new waters traversed the continental masses in the gorges of the major fractures, converting them into rivers that poured over the continental shelves and into the abysses, forming slopes too. From the large amounts of detritus that they transported, the slopes were largely formed from broad-sheeted runoffs from the continental blocks. Within the basin, the heavy heat from continuous mantle extrusions evaporated the waters, forming dense clouds that filled and rose above the abysses into the atmosphere above the continental blocks. The early continents, until eroded, were large buttes surrounded by the new paved basins, located 5,000 meters below the surviving land masses. There are indications that the drop of 5 kilometers into the abyss from the continental shelves was known to the ancients. Ouranos, the Greek super Uranus, cast his rebellious sons into Tartarus, a gloomy place in the underworld, which lies as far distant from the earth as the Earth does from the sky. It would take a falling anvil 9 days to reach its bottom. Graves, Hesiod. One notes the gloom, the dense clouds below the habitable plateaus, the position below the human world.
Precipitousness.
Precipitousness, gotta find the metaphor of an unimpeded falling object. Ancient sailors spoke of falling off the edge of the world, a fear also present in the modern child. The concept of hell, which John Locke said was so persistent that it must have represented some human experience, may have arisen from the era of the great chasms. Hell is straight down, is burning, is fulminating, is sulphurous. There was, too, a world of the antipodes that could not be reached, possibly across the abyss. Schreier. At higher altitudes on the plateau, and where the edges of the abysses were remote, snow fell and glaciers formed. Such appears to be the only scheme by which the heat needed to raise the waters can be supplied. While an area that can support ice caps may exist to receive the waters, the old ice falls had been melted in the lunar eruption. The new ice persisted until the basins were filled up to the continental margins and the ocean cooled. Then, in the golden age of Saturn, the ice melted into the ample basins. Not until the Super Saturn nova was there another ice age. The disposition of the atmosphere is a crucial problem for our model. The atmosphere would have been sucked up under a gravitational model, and unquestionably much atmosphere and also water was lost in the eruption into space. However, the electrosphere was already operative, as indicated earlier, and was ionizing as well as electrically repulsing, and hence returning the gases that sought to leave the Earth. The reduction in atmospheric pressure was short-term and unquestionably fatal in a great many instances. Even at the antipode of the catastrophe, the air would have rushed toward the scene of the disaster. Some help would have been derived from counter-winds electrically repelled and driven to the antipode. The electrosphere, containing a mixture similar to, but richer than, that of the weakened plenum, would have originated downdrafts at the antipode. Assuming that the pre-Lunarian atmosphere was 3 times the present density at sea level, and taking as the short-term extreme the habitat of people in the high Andes today, the atmospheric pressure might have been reduced to 1/6 for a short time. This would not eradicate life. The departing Uranus Minor is deflected slightly from its path by the Earth. It then crosses the binary axis so as to approach the Sun, on the forward side, orbiting directly. Its passage by the Sun causes an electrical transaction which increases Uranus Minor's negative electric charge and ejects it into an orbit beyond the surviving binary pair. It now becomes the planet we know as Uranus, or possibly the planet Neptune. See ahead to Chapter 14. The granite and mantle material removed in the passage of Uranus Minor past the Earth is strewn along an arc between the retreating intruder and the gashed Earth, there mingling with ejects from Super Uranus And traveling with Uranus Minor, a portion of this debris escapes with Uranus Minor, but most of it, amounting to about 1/50th of the Earth's volume, is left behind in the space near Earth. For a time, some of it fell back upon the Earth as stone and dust. The rest, partly molten, was assembled by electrical pressure into a rapidly cooling globule, the form of fission of the body. In such a manner was foreseen by G. Darwin and Fisher. Later, Baker, 1954, constructed a simple instrument depicting the process. His drawing of the critical stage of the fission is reproduced in Figure 31. Figure 30, fragmentation of Super Uranus. In a scheme from the relocation of Uranus Minor, it is shown after its explosive ejection from the solar companion, which to that moment had been Super Uranus, but then had become the smaller Super Saturn. The released fragment, Uranus Minor, first traveled sunwards along the magnetic tube, where it passed close by the Earth, E, tearing crust away and forming the Moon in the process. Thereafter, the still electron-rich Uranus Minor moved into the vicinity of the Sun, S, before escaping into the outer regions of the system beyond, and the orbit of the new companion, O, where it is likely located today as one or the other of the two most distant major planets. A new sky god, goddess, the Moon, is born. Child of Mother Earth, Aphrodite, Urania. There you go, Rick. She is worshipped after her father retired from Earth's view. Fission of the Earth-Moon pair. This simple diagram illustrates the minuteness of the Moon compared to the Earth's bulk, despite its having removed half the Earth's crust when it departed. Eventually, the Moon orbited the electrical axis, repelled by its excessive charge to a greater distance from the axis than the Earth. From its removal as a piece of the Earth to the present, the Moon can never have been free of the Earth. If it had escaped, it would now be an inner planet of the Sun and an independent orbit, and far from the Earth. This leads us to conclude that so long as the Earth remained in the magnetic tube, the Moon remained close by. It orbited then, as it does now, with the Earth, though considerably closer to the Earth than today, seen only in a daylight sky. The Moon was not a significant object in the sky. Likely it was larger than the disk of Super Saturn, but it was incomparably fainter. It showed no phases, nor could it eclipse any body. It probably was always oppositely positioned in the sky to the arc and at quadrature with both of the brighter stellar bodies. In the period of accretion, debris and lightning would be striking the Moon from the plane of the swath in large part. Far-flung cultures portray the goddess of the Moon as a spinner. The first spinner, Grazia, 1981, in ancient spinning, as in its modern survivals, threads are held and fed from the one hand to the spindle held by the other hand. Sir, the spindle grows fat and round. Such myths may represent the accretion of the Moon and its assumption of a globular shape. C. Baker, 1954. The process would have been endured for generations and would have been most impressive at first, especially while the Moon was incandescent. Afterwards, it may have been visible only on occasion during electrical discharges. Treshman and Ogiogan quote Midrashim to the effect that the Moon fell was less brilliant, and tiny threads were loosened from her body. Also, some of her parts fell off. The legendary evidence of the rebirth of the moon is discussed elsewhere. Darwin, Bellamy, Baker, and de Grazia. Physical and astronomical evidence is abundant on the manner and recency of the Earth's perturbation and the birth of the moon. Here we cite only salient examples from several scientific disciplines. The moon's overall density approximates the density of the Earth's mantle material, so it is natural that many scientists have suggested some connection between the moon's origin and the Earth's missing crust. The similarity between the chemical composition of the surface rocks of the moon and Earth enhances the believability of this hypothesis, especially with regard to the amount of the noble metals, gold, platinum, nickel, etc. O'Keefe, 1973. That the moon rocks are more impoverished and in the volatile elements, zinc, cadmium, lead, etc., than Earth rocks indicate that the moon material has been subjected to more heating than has Earth material. The moon rocks were formed under reducing conditions. Ferrous iron is common on the moon, while it is rare on the Earth. Where oxidized ferric iron is found, Arnold. If the moon agglomerates electrically in a depleted plenum, all of these differences are explained. The lunar material is heated as it is wrenched off the Earth. In space, it is dispersed into an oxygen-poor diluted gas, where it accretes electrically again, liberating heat. The forming moon is unable to conduct this heat away efficiently, as had the Earth, which accreted in a manner denser and more electrified plenum at an earlier time. The moon's internal structure testifies to the rapidity of its formation. Wood. Despite a high surface heat flow, the moon's interior is relatively cool today, below 1300 Kelvin. The moon seemingly accreted as a conglomerate, like stew chunks in sauce, de Grazia, 1981. Its 65 kilometers of anorthosite crust reveals that it was melted, or better, metamorphosized electrically at the time of its agglomeration. Its over 3 trillion craters of 1 meter or greater in diameter, short, page 48, show that it underwent extremely heavy electrical blasting and debris bombardment after its emplacement. As a result, we are not surprised that some rocks returned to the Earth from the moon show strong and fairly stable remnant magnetization. Despite the weakness of the lunar global magnetic field, if electrical events magnetize the moon rocks, their in situ magnetizations should be quite disorganized, sporadic, and of varied strengths. Several in situ observations testify that the moon's formation was very recent. Lunar samples do not match modern theoretical expectations about primordial planet composition. Wood. The oxygen isotope ratio in lunar samples is identical to that in samples of terrestrial oxygen. Epstein and Taylor. The amount of helium-4, a product of radioactive decay found in the moon's rocks, is exceptionally low. Hyman. Indicative of the moon's youth. Cracked crystalline surface rocks show evidence of shock metamorphism and rapid cooling. Douglas, 1970. The bombardment has been extensive and repeated, while some debris is of recent origin. Using the conventional timescale, recency means about 1/400th of the moon's age, Using our time scale, it means very recently. Grazi, 1901, Baker, 1954, Velikovsky, 1969. The thin lunar atmosphere is accumulating now. Gases trapped when the moon agglomerated are still escaping from the orifices in its surface. Periodic eruptions are reported, notably in the craters Alphonsus and Plato, and within Schroeder's Valley, Menzel, known as our buddy, Wilkins and Moore. Moonquakes, frequent though weak, may be taken as evident that equilibrium has not yet been attained within the moon and within the Earth-Moon system, within the Earth's atmosphere too. It is presently impossible, however, to distinguish which or how much of these several phenomena are attributable to the throes of the birth or result from more recent encounters between the moon and other planetary bodies and comets. End of chapter. I think that had to be the longest chapter I've ever read. When he writes, he doesn't worry about saving the reader time, does he? He's pretty thorough. Yeah. The next chapter is when the real fun starts. It's called The Golden Age and Nova of Super Saturn. That'll be coming next. Hope your holidays are going well. Super Saturn. The great god Saturn, identified by many names of many cultures, and often associated with the planet, which has been known in the most ancient times by that name, is the son of a god. In the ancient Buddhist liturgy, he is called Ravasuddha, or son of the sun. Uranus, by his many names, does not have a father, but he is often referred to as the father of Saturn. Uranus is killed, castrated, defeated, retired, or dismissed, and usually it is the work of a Saturn figure. The physical circumstances of his end are those that may be associated with a stellar nova. As we have described it, so, too, Saturn comes to his end in a disastrous struggle thousands of years later, in favor of a new planetary god, Jupiter, also called by many names, and usually made the son of Saturn. There is reason to believe that the ancients, when they use the metaphor father-son, refer to sky bodies, meant the most direct and close relationship of one body to another. Saturn came into his own as king of the gods in the period following the destruction of Super Uranus and the ejection of the moon. We have recited only a portion of the mythic evidence for the period immediately following the rise of the moon god or goddess. There is little coherent knowledge of human societies of the time. Thousands of years were required for the reconstruction of the Earth's surface and the recovery of the biosphere. The possibilities of monumental and record-keeping cultures were low for many generations. Perhaps the moon would receive the extensive and obsessive worship of a great god, even the great god, for some 3,000 years before Saturn came into his own as ruler of the gods. More likely, we think, would be an earlier determination that the moon was fixed and captive, pallid, and earthly in origin, hence capable safely of dependent status. Along with the Earth, under Saturnian rule, Saturn would have ruled, therefore, either from 11,500 or from about 8,000 down to 5,700 years ago. The concluding date of 5700 BP, before present, is related to proto-historical times, the time of the Great Deluge of Noah, in the Bible and the first dynasty of Egypt. The date is likely to be fixed with exactness someday. A Sumerian prison, for instance, names 10 kings who ruled before the flood, and says, "Then the flood swept over the earth. After the flood swept over, kingship again descended from heaven." Wiseman, the editor of the Prism, adds that there is actually a line drawn across the text to separate the post-diluvian events from those occurring before the flood. At this time, as the Saturn era moved towards a close, the disk of Saturn appeared 3 times larger than today's Sun. Well, it would have to be. Its orbit about the Sun took about 64 present days. Earth was still wheeling in orbit between the Sun and Saturn, such that from Earth, Saturn looked about 4/5 as large as the Sun. In a time close to 3 present days, Earth completed its circuit about the arc. Granted, an elliptical orbit, similar to that for binary stars of 64-day period, note D, Saturn and the Sun would apparently expand and diminish in size. Talbot, page 181. With this movement, timekeeping would be suggestible and simple. The Earth would also enjoy 2 seasons, cooler and warmer, each of more than 30 days duration. Brahma, as Super Saturn, absorbs, regurgitates, and reabsorbs as the ages pass. Mullen, page 15. So does Kronos, identified here with Super Saturn. As with Super Uranus, Kronos' instability made him less than an ideal father. In Greek myth, the great god Kronos, Saturn, swallowed at least 5 of the children born to him out of his sister's wife Rhea. She then hid her youngest, Zeus, and fed a wrapped stone to Kronos. When Zeus matured, he led a revolt that ended in the banishment of Kronos, after he had vomited up all his children alive. He's like, I was only kidding. The interpretation here is that Super Saturn was absorbing fragments that remained from the Super Uranus debacle, or ones erupted later by Super Saturn itself. Then, during its instability, it exploded back a number of them. Before as a nova, it fissioned into 4 major parts, corresponding in the myth to Jupiter Zeus, his brothers Hades and Poseidon, and Saturn Minor, the distant planet of today. That Saturn possessed satellites was known to the ancients, Trishman Ogiogan. That Saturn was regarded as a second sun. A night sun is shown by Cordona, 1977, page 33. That it was bright is claimed by numerous ancient texts and authors. Surveyed by Jastrow, Mullen, Greenberg, Sizemore, and Velikovsky, 1973-1978. Cordona, 1977. That it became exceedingly brilliant just before the deluge of Noah is implied in Hebrew legends. Treshman Ogie Hogan, quoting Ginsburg. One Hebrew source has the star as bright as 100 suns. That widespread cultures held Saturn, the god responsible for the deluge, is made clear by several authors already cited. That Saturn, the planet, was deemed responsible for the flood is equally plain, especially Velikovsky, 1978 and 1979. Velikovsky appears to have been the first to claim that Saturn became a nova, an idea that he found buried in Jewish rabbinical commentaries on the deluge. That Jupiter was a prime element in the nova and subsequent events is evidenced in many of the same places. Akkadian Saturn reproaches Enlil, or Jupiter, for having caused the sky waters to fall. Yes, I've heard that Velikovsky got in trouble for with certain parties, I guess, that are affiliated with that, because that was knowledge they did not want, the horde to have, I guess, for lack of a better term. But Velikovsky didn't see people like that. That's one of the things I like about the man the most. He respected people. But he never got any. In the mainstream, that is. That Jupiter was a prime element in the nova and subsequent events is evidenced in many of the same places. Ea, the Akkadian Saturn, reproaches Enlil, or Jupiter, for having caused the sky waters to fall. Triceras, a son of Prajapati and a saintly Saturn figure, was a three-headed god, with heads resembling the sun, the moon, and the fire, which we interpret respectively as Saturn itself. The celestial crescent and the electric arc Indra, a Hindu Jupiter, slew Triceras with a thunderbolt, whereupon Triceras' three heads shone with brilliant energy until they were cut off, and then flocks of birds flew out of them, and his fever left his body. The powers that acted in the heavens were manifested to humans amidst increasing disaster. In terror, self-abasement, and pleading, man created a Uranus heaven. Man created a Uranus heaven, religion, and hoped for cosmic tranquility. Unanimously, the legends of the world acknowledge the human to be an imperfect creation. Some have him created more than once, as for instance, the Olmecs of Mexico. They sensed faults in their powerlessness against cosmic forces. They projected, then retrojected their faults to the behavior of the gods. These notions of imperfection were indelibly imprinted. Perhaps never until the past 200 years did humans believe that they and the natural environment might be benignly controlled through human intelligence. What may have most bothered the early humans was their inability to manage their internal psychic systems. They were interminably made anxious and self-reflective by their lack of self-control. From their ungovernable alter egos arise the huge variety of traits and behavior of the gods. They are artifacts of human conduct analogized to objective features of the natural environment. In every aspect of nature could be found some psychosciognomic and behavioral parallel with the self and with the primary human group with which the self identified. This intrinsic, practically congenital confusion of the inner and outer worlds of mankind was a two-way transaction that led humans to emulate the most extreme and complex manifestations of nature, with results upon human nature and culture that were, in modern perspective, often richly conservative, but frequently self-destructive as well. When the skies opened after the lunar disaster, the new great god, Super Saturn, was visible dimly through the clouds, the Purple Dawn era. To Earth's inhabitants, they had already been religious for millennia and might readily once more identify the sky objects with human forms and actions and project their hopes and fears upon the heavenly objects newly visible. And we still do it today. You just look out there at the nebulas. It's just uncanny how they look like people. It's crazy. But I can understand if you had that stuff, just up in the immediate sky, can you imagine how awesome it would be? It would be hard not to think that they're spirits. But even with ancient man, how crazy they were. And like if you've watched the video that I made on the Greeks, the Greek way, man, despotism and hardcore religion was all there was. The only place to expand the mind in was mathematics. Go figure. Now we know why it's so prominent in today's science. They had already been religious for millennia and might readily once more identify the sky objects with human forms and actions and project their hopes and fears upon the heavenly objects newly visible. Magic, spiritualism, and animism, which have been regarded sometimes as substitutes for the predecessors of celestial religion, were derivative accompaniments of the human preoccupation with celestial behavior. They were forms of homeopathic social medicine for the great disease, the Great Schism. The first religions were, in their broadest sense, monotheistic. Heaven was worshipped as the active power. As we set forth earlier, from the very beginning, humans have tended toward a supreme god. The Chinese, with Qian, may have been the most persistent in abstracting a monotheistic idea from the heavens and using it through a succession of specifically powerful heavenly forces. The I Ching gives this sequence. The first principle is heaven, Tian, eternally present, chaos without form. The second principle is the first sun, giver of time, called the arouser. The third principle is the second sun, an orderer, the limiter. The arouser appears to have been both Super Uranus and Saturn. A merging of memories over time also has to be found in other cultures. Figure 32. The Chinese craftsman god is Paraja. Fu Si, Nu Q, measure the squareness of the earth and the roundness of heaven with their implements. The god is depicted enthroned atop a serpent-like column arm in arm with his mate. It is tempting to suggest that this picture illustrates the situation during the age of Saturn, with the god star perched atop the fiery electric arc which rose above the world and faded in the distance into the golden sky. The ancient Persians and others asserted that God created Saturn, whence Saturday, on his sixth and last day of labor, before resting on the seventh day, whence Sabbath equals rest. Cardona, 1978, page 34. The implication is that all things, the separation of heaven and earth, the celestial objects thus revealed the biosphere, the advent of the moon, and mankind, were all accomplished before Saturn appeared. Various scholars identify the biblical Elohim as Saturn, di Scintillana. More likely, the story adopts the designation of God employed during the Saturnian age, as, for example, it was assertedly retold by Moses in Genesis. But Elohim at the beginning of Genesis, is behaving like the great inactive Demiurge brooding over the Pangean chaos, who then becomes activated as Super Uranus in the troubled phase and creates the world. As mankind, born on the sixth day, here we go, received and perceived the cosmos, whereupon a more detailed account begins, relating the Hebrew experience with Saturn as distinct from the more general aboriginal human experience. When the gods changed, humans bowed to the changes. Of course, this repeated behavior over thousands of years is a significant motif in religious history. The lamentations over the death of Saturn were worldwide, because Saturn died in what was an historical period, although little of its civilization remains. The historical and obsessive mourning shows mankind affected by, not affecting, a real tragedy. Thousands of years after the death of the second son and the end of his age, the Roman government was acting to suppress infant sacrifice to Saturn. The parallels between could you imagine sacrificing your baby? They were nuts. The parallels between Saturn and Christ as a Saturnian figure are numerous. The Passion of Christ is historically and psychologically a reenactment of the character, the unjust death, and the resurrection of the god who had died some 4,000 years earlier as Osiris, Saturn. Frequently, efforts philosophically to cover over the deep trench of tradition connecting the two gods have failed to divert the mainstream. Such efforts have built a distinctive existential character for Christ. The age of Saturn in cultural terms was probably what is usually designated as Upper Paleolithic and Neolithic. It would be the age of Atlantis and other civilizations, lost to view in the disasters that followed. Saturn, who is generally accredited with bringing agriculture and other useful arts to mankind, was the first lord of the mill, a sky wheel grinding out material and spilling it upon the earth, gold, salt, sand, and stones, before it sank into the cosmic maelstrom. It ground salt into the sea, Thornhill. The Saturnian deluge was caused by a saltwater tree cut down by Tapir. According to the Huna Indians, Ibid, in Hindu myth, the gods were churning the heavenly waters and ground salt into the seas. Tresman Hogan. Salt domes are among the most common of the mineral intrusions that are scattered over the Earth's surface. Small ones are about 1 cubic kilometer in extent, but some are several hundred times this extent. The largest known salt dome is in Kalu Island Bay, Merchantland, Louisiana. Its size is unknown, but it is estimated to be 43 kilometers long, 20 kilometers wide, and 6 kilometers deep. If so, it contains about 10 to the 13 tons of salt. Globally, 950 large salt domes are being used for mining. In some region, these domes are associated with petroleum and natural gas deposits. Other, figure 33, the churning of the sea. Other, Vishnu sits atop Mount Mandara, accompanied by his wife, Lakshmi. The mountain of the world is being spun as a great snake, Vasuki, is pulled to and fro by the Devas, grasping the snake's neck to the left, and the Asuras holding its head to the right. Together they churn the sea of milk, producing the liquid of immortality. Unfortunately, their churning became so violent that it threatened the earth, whereupon Vishnu as the avatar of the turtle, seen here below the mountain, came to save the world by assuming the role as its pivot. Still, the world was threatened by the heat of the churning until Indra sent the deluge from heaven to quench the fire. Courtesy Larousse Encyclopedia of Mythology. Places have sulfur deposits associated with the salt intrusions. Since most salt domes have been found scattered widely from the 3 major salt dome fields known today, it is unreasonable to think that only a small fraction of the buried salt has been discovered. These immense deposits of salt in the ground suggest a non-marine source of all salt. The salt in the seas can be explained in terms of salt falls from space. That's right, and we have just tons of it. And for some reason, sea salt, not table salt, because they dye it and take all the minerals out. But sea salt is very good for you. It's got all the minerals that are in the human body. Every time I think about it deeply, it blows my mind. Something had to take place within humans had to exist. I mean, there has to be a link there. Whence comes the golden age of Saturn? We have the same amount of salt in our blood that resides in the oceans. The golden age of Saturn is golden. Whence comes the golden age of Saturn? Saturn is golden. So is the light on Earth. The interruptions of absorbing the children were spaced out, perhaps half a dozen marking disasters over 2,300 years that followed the lunar period. Meanwhile, life on Earth may have been easy in most places. There was no ice age. Travel by boat was easy, for the breezes were mild. Antarctic may have been mapped in this age. Since an ancient map showing its outline beneath the present snow apparently has been found, and since no later age would have been able to produce it because the coastline was invisible, Hapgood, 1966. The northernmost and southernmost regions were quite habitable, even tropical. The continental shelves and slopes had become livable. There was a plenitude of moisture and all-year warmth. The plenum and electrosphere were still insulating. Further, Earth was holding its own surface atmosphere despite the thinning of the plenum under Saturn. The plenum became increasingly more transparent. The arc was less brilliant and more intermittent. Yet the fire was there, binding Earth to its great god. Kronos is addressed in an Orphic hymn as "You who hold the indestructible bond," while his Babylonian alter ego held the bond of heaven and earth, Trustman Ogie Hogan. The central fire is also represented, likely, in the innumerable pillars, phalluses, bonds, pinnacle, pyramid, and one-legged god. Talbot, 1980, page 190. Even the jagged sickle with which Kronos castrated Uranus may have symbolized the electrical axis being severed from Super Uranus. Manu, a Hindu creator god of the flood, stood on one leg for thousands of years, contemplating his world design. All of these images are closely connected with Saturn, often by name as well as by symbol. Yahweh is imagined in Jewish legend as radiant atop Mount Zion, and Kronos Saturn ruled Mount Olympus before Zeus toppled him. Super Saturn sat atop the sky, a dull red disk 3 times the size of the present Sun. Whoa. Because of the Earth's offset from the arc, the sub-solar position on Saturn's face was askew 21% from the center of its disk. The arc impinged upon about 5% of Saturn's face. Below Saturn, it widened like a tree until it passed Earth's horizon, where it was something like 15 degrees wide. The instant worldwide legendary connections between the Pleiades, the Deluge, and Saturn as god and planet, Cordona 1978, point to the likelihood of the deluge as having occurred at the time when Super Saturn had masked the star group, and of the Pleiades having emerged for the first observable time in the sky at the zenith, following the clearing of this place by the actual bodies and the debris of the nova. The Pleiades were widely taken to be remnants of the deluge nova by the myths. The report of Seneca about Berosus' history, to the effect that when the stars are lined up in Capricorn, a great flood occurs, can be interpreted to mean that the deluge occurred at the time of year when Capricorn was astrologically dominant, which, in the period when astrology crystallized, would have fallen near the end of the year. But the end of the year is the end of the age of Saturn. Hence, the floods of Capricorn are associated with the Saturnian deluge. Yes, after the age of Sagittarius, which is just what I thought. That's why I did that astrology show on Sagittarius. Also to be considered is the naming of the large sky area, the Celestial Sea, where the two Pisces, the zodiacal one and the southern one, Cetus, Whale, Eridanus, Styx, the river of the band, zodiacal. Capricornus and Aquarius are the dominant constellations. These aquatic images suggest the presence of vast celestial waters, and their one-time general location. Celestial aquatic motifs are common, as in the Gillespie stone, discovered near a small town of that name in northern Scotland, figure 34. At the moment of the nova, the electric arc was interpreted long enough to free Mars, Earth, Apollo, and Mercury from their million-year captivity along the axis of the binary partners. Thereupon, they orbited the Sun independently for the first time, moving along the plane close to that of the binary. Their new, roughly coplanar orbits were similar to, but much more closely spaced than the orbits of these same planets today. At the same time of its nova, Super Saturn broke into at least three major fragments. These pieces, constituting the present Jupiter, Saturn, and Neptune, all receded from the Sun following the fission. Jupiter, the largest surviving piece, took up a position near the Earth's present orbit. Saturn Minor, the intermediate-sized part, blew into space beyond Mars' present orbit. Neptune receded beyond Jupiter's present orbit after depositing much water into the Earth's electrosphere. In the nova, charge was expelled from Super Saturn into the plenum and dispersed in surrounding space. It was as if the mass of the system had been reduced 2 1/2-fold, so the planetary motion slowed considerably. Neptune is the Latin identity of the Greek god Poseidon, brother of Jupiter, who, with another brother, Hades, helped Jupiter overturn their father in the Nova Revolt. Poseidon was granted sovereignty of the seas and assumed his role on Earth. Before him, there had been Tethys, goddess of the sea on Earth, and Okeanos, god of the celestial sea girdling Earth. By implication, we conclude that Poseidon played a role in the deluge of the Earth. Figure 34, the Gillespie stone. An interesting collection of ancient celestial motifs, we find aquatic creatures associated with the flood, which ended the age of Saturn, the destroyer god, who felled Saturn from his perch. Stop the column at the center of the world, the two stars connected, representing the earlier state of the world, intertwined serpent, or the electric arc, serpents, which was quenched by the deluge. Synchrotron radiation emitted by the planets Jupiter, Saturn, and Uranus have been detected, and cosmic ray sources have now been associated with these planets. Saturn, like Jupiter, emits much more energy than it receives from the Sun. Milton, 1978, Hunt and Burgess. The heat excess given off by the gaseous planets is an indication of their electrical nature. The emission of X-rays by a stellar source is often taken by astronomers as an indication of a very recent thermonuclear nova. Following our theory, the X-rays emitted by stars and these gaseous planets of the solar system come from electrical transactions. The effects of the deluges of Saturn are a subject beyond the scope of this book. See Patton and Fraser, 1916. Judging by the civilizations reported to have been inundated, the fall of waters must have been worldwide and extremely heavy. Those cultures that disappeared beneath the waters, DeGrazia, 1981, are presumed to have been located at the low-lying coast of continents, on what are now the continental shelves and slopes. The disappeared civilizations are not the only clues of how much water was involved. The great river canyons that course down the continental slopes to the abyss were in existence before the deluge, and were now inundated and probably greatly eroded, as were all of the valleys of the higher land. The Great Deluge would thus top up the ocean basins of the globe, covering the continental margins left dry after the Uranian deluges. Not only would more water fall on the earth than in earlier cataclysms, but it would fall in the much shorter period, if indeed the water came down as the Hebrew book of Genesis reports, in 40 days and 40 nights. Then 51% of the Earth's water descended in 3.5 million seconds, 411 tons per square kilometer per second. 1.5 meters of rain each hour. The whole deluge would have amounted to 1.42 kilometer depth of rain upon the Earth's entire surface. Wow, 2 miles almost, at least a mile. Much of this water would have to drain into the basins in order to deepen the seas by more than 2 kilometers. That's a lot. That such a deluge has dominated the myths and legends of the survivors is understandable. Saturn is reputed to have lit up brilliantly and preserved its light for 7 days before the deluge hit the Earth. This may be interpreted as a set of pre-fission flare-ups climaxing with the nova that destroyed Saturn. If the Earth were still only 14 gigameters from Saturn, the debris expanding away at 200 kilometers per second would encounter Earth in a little more than 19 hours. If the 40 days and nights period were of present duration, the problem of depositing so much water on the Earth would be practically impossible. Millions of heavy cyclones would be needed, even one per 30 square kilometers all over the Earth. If they were concentrated at the poles by the electrosphere high above the Earth and funneled down there, the damage might be less, but then the tremendous erosion would be visible today. We think that a longer span of time may have been required, and a day was translated memory of a longer regular interval unknown to us, a magical cipher or a historical error. The problem of deluging the Earth is nearly as difficult to cope with as the recent eruption of the Moon from the Earth. In both, almost unimaginable physical phenomena must be conjectured. The biospheric aspect, which often comes first to mind, can be rationalized on the equally incredible capacity of living populations to renew themselves, even postulating Manu and his tiny crew, or Noah and his family as sole survivors. And 1,000 years of exponential growth could fill the land to overflowing. As with the deluges, one does not have to move far from the extremities of the legend to enter the realms of the possible. The astrophysical aspect is more intimidating. See, land it requires the invention of low probability solutions. Even if the dynamics thus far presented can be accepted with respect to Earth, how does one explain the absence of water on Mercury, the Moon, and Mars, all of which would have been in or near the rush of water? Well, they found water on the Moon, they found water on Mars. I wouldn't be surprised, I bet there's water on Mercury too. Where has the water gone? There is almost no sign of water on them, or its having been on them in oceans. Where, too, is the salt? Two types of probability occur. The two planets may have burst out of the magnetic tube ahead of the flood turning down towards the sun, whereas the Earth was entrapped, or else the flood can have descended the tube by a passage occupied at the moment by the Earth alone. In this case, the Moon occupied a special position besides, for it was a considerable distance from the Earth towards the perimeter of the tube. In any case, the Earth would still be luckier than Mercury or Mars, for both of these planets have ruined surfaces and no biospheres. 3 different Jewish legendary statements refer to a diminution of the Moon in size. Tressman, Ogie Hogan. This would occur presumably after the deluge, when the men followed the Earth out of the old magnetic tube and was repelled by Earth into a larger but still captive orbit. 2 legends imply that the stars multiplied then, an expected improvement of visibility in the star system Sac, the age of Jupiter now upon the world, introduced mankind to the light of the stars and the darkness of the night.
End of chapter.
Chapter 15, The Jupiter Augur. When Thor, the Scandinavian Jupiter, went into battle and would grasp the handle of his terrible weapon, the thunderbolt, or electric hammer, he was obliged to put on his iron gauntlets. He also wears a magical belt known as the Girdle of Strength, which, whenever girded about his person, greatly augments his celestial power. He rides upon a car drawn by 2 rams with silver bridles, and a wreath of stars encircles his awful brow. His chariot has a pointed iron pole, and the spark-scattering wheels continually roll over rumbling thunderclouds. He hurls his hammer with a resistless force against the frost giants, whom he dissolves and annihilates when he repairs to the Bernhar fountain, where the gods meet in conclave to decide the destinies of humanity. He alone goes on foot, the rest of the deities being mounted. He walks for fear that in crossing Bifrost, the rainbow, the many-hued Aesir bridge, he might set it on fire with his thunder car, at the same time causing the Erdhar water to boil. Blavatsky. The numerous electrical aspects of the god are here apparent. Of electricity, Blavatsky calls him lightning, is handled by numerous gods in religion. But altogether these are insignificant compared with the references accorded Homer's Jupiter, the thunderbolter, alone. It is natural to see in this literature an exaggeration of ordinary lightning strokes. But we have already stressed in earlier chapters the cosmic role of lightning like discharges. When we see in the universe countless instances of stellar and interstellar binary currents produced by the discharge of accumulated electrical charges. Also, at any given time, there are several million electrical discharges in the photospheric region of the Sun, each about 1 or 2,000 kilometers long and lasting 10 minutes. Crude megalightning of hitherto unappreciated voltage has been observed by satellites in Earth's upper atmosphere, but has not been detected yet by ground observation. Terman. When legend reports the electrical activity of Jupiter, the god, it tells of the electronics of the planet Jupiter. Mountains are leveled or melted, sky monsters felled, citadels destroyed, the earth scorched, and armies sent fleeing. All the work of the king of the gods. Every lightning stroke to earth becomes a theophany, as in lightning obsessed Etruria, which gave the name Jupiter, Jove Pater, to the Romans. Sacred manifestations consecrate the cosmic bolt that were memorialized and discussed for thousands of years. The planets, following the interruption of the magnetic tube, were freed. Instead of wheeling with Jupiter, now the binary component, they orbited the Sun independently. Their motion close to the plane of the old binary, now the plane of the reconstituted solar system. In their free orbits, the planets avoided one another, and Jupiter, because of their electrical charges, which produced repulsive forces, when they came into proximity, regularly they passed through or close to the axis between Jupiter and the Sun. Then Jovian thunderbolts were experienced. These could be the now occasional visible discharges of the dying binary, catalyzed by the presence of a charged planet in the path of the discharge. More likely, there were locally generated discharges between the planet and its electrosphere, induced by the planet's voyage through the electrified region within the invisible arc discharge between Jupiter and the Sun. Either way, the planet was zapped by Jupiter as it came into opposition with the Sun. From the Earth, for the first time, humans might see the other planets swinging on their journeys around the Sun. Planet Jupiter, now viewed as ruler of the heavens, struggled to restore and maintain the arc connection to the Sun. For a time, the arc flared with occasional visible spurts, but mostly the electric connection was dark. It is in this era, possibly, that the existence of a counter-Earth was proposed, a dark body which obscured the celestial fire. See behind chapter 6. Jupiter is the most phallic of the great gods. The association of electrical stimulation, phallicism, and thunderbolting is strongly linked to the religious rites in vogue at the time of Jove. Sigler. Phallic worship is common among the Jupiter-type deities. The Amun temples in Egypt are liberally decorated with images of the phallic god Min, Shiva, the Hindu equivalent of Jupiter, emasculated himself when he realized that his creative ability had left him. The analogy of this legend with the end of the visible electric arc is plain. The golden age of Saturn contrasts both culturally and physically with the bright, harsh age of Jupiter. We must explain brighter skies, a worsened climate, a larger role for sporadic electrical phenomena, and certain striking astronomical movements of Jupiter's Olympian family. The Earth emerged from the magnetic tube following the Saturnian deluge, about 5700 BP, with its rotational axis forcibly relocated. While in the tube, it was constrained to maintain a magnetic axis along the tube's perimeter. Freed from the tube, the magnetic axis found a new alignment in the magnetic field induced by the apparent motion of a charged sun about the Earth. This magnetism, albeit weak, established a new rotational pole on the Earth close to, if not coincident, with the Earth's magnetic pole. See the point. A small tilt and a relatively diffuse plenum made the variations in such sunlight as was released very noticeable on the Earth. In the altered system, seasonal differences in the earlier era were minimal compared to variations in climate now existent on the Earth and during the year. We have already suggested that the first lines of Genesis move quickly and possibly in a confused way. From a Uranian beginning to the age of Saturn, similarly, a second and different creation, which follows a few verses later without evident attempts to reconcile the two theories, begins in a Uranian setting of mist without rain. And before agriculture, man is made out of earth and placed in the luxuriant Garden of Eden in an innocent proto-human state of unabashed nudity and unself-consciousness. Man gave names to every creature and was given woman out of himself. The tree of life and knowledge, planted in the middle of the garden, and the four divided rivers of Eden are firm symbols of Saturn, corresponding to the electrical axis and the cross-sections of the Saturn disk. Talbot, page 120. The wily serpent that tempts Eve and Adam is the alter ego of the tree. The couple, eating the fruit of the tree upon the serpent's persuasion, became fully human, that is, possessed of self-awareness. Then the eyes of both were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves aprons. Genesis 3:7. Thus, they freed from the magnetic tube at a time of the deluge. The rotation of the magnetized Earth was brought into alignment with the weak magnetic field generated by the relative motion of the electrically charged Earth-Sun pair. From the Earth, the charged Sun is seen to flow in a loop around the Earth in 1 year, representing an electron current flowing counterclockwise along the ecliptic, as seen down on the North Pole. Such an electron current creates a magnetic field which enters the Earth at its north magnetic pole. This field parallels the Earth's magnetic field. The situation described here initially brought the Earth's magnetic and rotational poles together. The latter quantivolutions separated them again and tilted the Earth's rotational axis to the ecliptic. Also work. They feel conscience already, and the wrath of the deity for what they had already become. conscientious workers. He evicts them in axis, the winged lion-bodied gods of the Saturnian symbolism, and the twisting, flaming sword, the axis again in its more visible, sputtering phase. The earth is now a drier, harsher habitat, where they had to wear skins rather than fig leaves. It is the age of Jupiter and of Yahweh to come. The cosmic thunderbolts of Jupiter function in clear skies. There is a Jupiter pluvius of the rains, but this is either one of his many powers, for he is overlord of all, or it is reminiscent of his having played a role in provoking the Saturnian deluge. The skies are clear because the plenum has greatly diminished in density. The heavens are transparent and the stars are seen. A new ice age may now have begun, centered at the rotational poles. Fossil settlements of the extreme north have been uncovered and enjoyed a tropical flora. See Velikovsky, 1955, page 44. They probably date from the Saturnian age. The new ice will remain advancing and withdrawing on occasions between and during encounters with celestial bodies up to the present time. Today, we cannot yet deduce whether the ice caps are increasing or decreasing. Compare Kukla and Matthews with Gribben, A. Brown, 1976. Solar year under Jupiter may have had a succession of different lengths. First occurred the Saturnian year, to which we have assigned a 64-day duration. Well, that would explain why they could live to 1,000. Then it increased to 156 days when Jupiter receded. The Mayans possessed a 260-day sacred calendar that was central to their religious and cultural life, even while using a more modern and exact calendar. We attribute this sacred calendar to the Jupiter-Earth synods of Visera, to the time before 4,400 years ago. At the Saturnian deluge, we suspect the Earth was around 96 gigameters from the Sun. It moved outwards constantly, after that to 107 gigameters, before the Mercury Apollo episode of 4,400 BP, then to 127 gigameters. As a result of that encounter, in the course of these changes, Earth's axial tilt was altered again and again. See Deschelles, 1963, causing glacial retreats and advances to the extreme latitudes at each period. The Apollo episode is most speculative, considering the traits of Apollo. Grazia, 1984, associated him with the asteroid belt. We see no reason to alter the finding now. After 4,400 BP, Jupiter orbited within a space of the asteroid belt we know today. Briefly, Apollo is a great god of the Greeks. His equivalent identities are obscure. He may be Horus of the Egyptians, unless Amun, Jupiter, and Horus are the same. He owns no planet in late ancient times. He is a physically remote god, and a god of plagues and remote missiles and war. He is young and a son of Jupiter. He is wise and was literally brilliant, shining Apollo. The envied reputation of Apollo as the shining, brilliant, Hellenic god of peace and civilization coincides with the idea that he was destroyed. He could not become even Deus Otiosus, thereby exposing the sad human experience, howbeit unconscious that the only good God is a dead God. I looked up Deus Odiosus, and it is idol God. It is conceivable that Apollo, a planet nearest to Jupiter in the second millennium of the Jovian age, was perturbed, then destroyed by Jupiter's thunderbolts. Apollo has solar attributes, which were in late classical times exaggerated, until he was often portrayed as the sun. a most unlikely identity. The shining of Apollo, as of his brothers, Hermes, Mercury, was most likely occasioned by flare-ups in close conjunction with Jupiter prior to the outburst that destroyed the planet. Apollo, the god, often clashed with his father. To some, the asteroids look like bits of the residue of a large planet long ago exploded. The time of the asteroidal explosion is recent, Van Flanders. Even under long time reckoning, it is very recent if placed in the context of the Greek legend. In this context, several events coincide and relate to the larger theory of Solaria, Binaria. Apollo has a younger brother, mischievous Hermes, Mercury, who is a swift-winged messenger of Zeus, Jupiter, and the gods, who is connected with electricity, especially as Thoth in Egypt, the creator of illusions, mental problems, and is god of the thieves, travelers, and healing. He, too, becomes a great god, known to many, East Indians, Mexicans, Teutons, and others. Though Yahweh reflects Jupiter, he also has qualities of Thoth. Moses was probably a devotee of Thoth, and acts towards Yahweh as Hermes towards Zeus, DeGrazia, 1983. Astronomically, Mercury would have been next to Apollo, would have acquired atmosphere and debris from Apollo in the latter's outburst, then lost charge, and would have been displaced as the Sun. In doing so, he would have passed by Earth and Moon, inflicting considerable damage upon both. The lobate scarps and shallowly scalloped cliffs that run for hundreds of kilometers across Mercury's face suggest shrinkage of this planet after formation. In contrast, Earth, Moon, and Mars seem to have expanded. In electrical terms, Mercury has lost charge, while the other three bodies have gained it, consistent with the orbit shifts proposed in this book. If indeed Apollo was destroyed, it must have been by Jupiter, which absorbed much of Apollo's material, so that a dearth of debris orbits in the space inside Jupiter's position today. Mercury seems to have escaped the full wrath of Jupiter. It was not destroyed, but it lost instead its superior orbit beyond the Earth and was flung much closer to the Sun. Like the Moon and Mars, it bears the marks of its devastation. Its surface is saturated with craters, strikingly similar in density of numbers to those on the Moon and Mars. Hammond. A discrete terminal episode of bombardment of catastrophic proportion has been proposed in an attempt to explain the similar surface destruction on these three astronomical bodies. Though some of these craters were caused by impacting bodies, especially during interplanetary encounters, they were in the main the result of the electrical bombardment. The thick clusters of craters found even in heavily cratered terrains bespeak genesis by electrical rather than heavy body impact. The crater lumps noted at the site of the lunar rays on the face of Mare Cognitum were the earliest for which a bombardment hypothesis would no longer avail. Yet, besides Jurgen's 1974, only Pickering has forwarded an electrical explanation for cratering. During changes in orbit, electrical transactions on an enhanced level are induced, unless a body is protected by an extensive atmosphere, and today none of these are. Surface damage will result whenever electrical currents flow to or from them. Jurgen 2. If the transactions are of great density, even the presence of an atmosphere will not guarantee immunity. When Mercury moved inward past the Earth, It was severely damaged, both by its change in orbit and its direct transaction with the bodies it passed. Even Mercury's present orbit is a mystery. According to gravitational tidal theory, the planet's axial rotation should long ago have been locked to give Mercury one hemisphere in perpetual daylight, the other in darkness. The discovery that Mercury rotates 3 times over 2 orbits of the Sun has evoked remarks like, "This is amazing, Asimov," and has led theoreticians to postulate that the planet has been in orbit in its present position for less than 600,000 years. Gold. The state of astronomical and geological time reckoning is such that 6,000 may be read in place of the longer time. Jupiter, like his father and grandfather, became a kind of deus atheosis, idol god, already majestic and less active in the Homeric wars of Troy. There was no longer a close presence. Philosophy and literature might usurp the regions of near space with abstract principles and metaphors. But among scientists today, Jupiter has suddenly recovered some of his legendary features. Astronomers for some time have considered this planet to be a dark star, nucleum, that it radiates considerably more energy than it receives as sunlight, has more recently led to speculation that it is a yet-to-be-born star. Both views keep alive Jupiter's stellar nature long after it has ceased to be visibly stellar. Today, the clouds above the surface of Jupiter are very cold, 150 Kelvin, yet the planet is very active. Electrically, Jupiter's magnetosphere is enormous. If it were optically visible, its size viewed from the vantage point of Earth's orbit would be comparable to the disk of the full moon. The ion and electron currents detected within the magnetosphere represent radiation levels which would be fatal to humans. The radio noises generated within this region are received at Earth as cosmic rays, mainly protons of Jovian origin. Jupiter is, so far, the most demonstrably electrical of the planets. Jupiter is like a miniature solar system, with its planet-sized Galilean satellites, its asteroid-sized satellite family, and its entourage of comets. Everywhere, the electrical imprint is there, and not always just by implication. The 3 inner Galilean satellites, Io, resembling Earth's moon in size, Europa, about 9/10 the size of the moon, and Ganymede, 8% larger than Mercury, orbit in 1-2-4 resonance. When any 2 meet on one side of Jupiter, the third is located oppositely behind Jupiter, or add quadrature to the pair. The resonance is seen less clearly in the motion of the 4th satellite, Castillo, slightly smaller than Mercury. The surface of each of these bodies is distinctive. See Smith. Io, seemingly, is close to being molten. It lacks craters, but shows over a dozen caldera-like scars, which were likened to active volcanoes when an eruption was observed during the flyby of Voyager 1 spacecraft, Morbido, an electrical flux tube through which a current of millions of amperes flows between Io and Jupiter, stone and lane, has been linked to Io's eruptions. The Voyager 1 spacecraft was aimed at this flux tube as it encountered Io. It missed the tube by 7 megameters in what was labeled a navigational error. But more properly, in our opinion, the cause of the miss was an electrical perturbation, here a repulsion of the spacecraft by the tube. The persistent connection by the flux tube between Jupiter and its satellite Io is one of the last sites of cosmic thunderbolting between solar system bodies. Discharges frequently pass between these two bodies has been known for several years, since the advent of the radio telescope. When strong radio bursts which correlate with Io's position about Jupiter were detected, Bulk that a passing spacecraft was located advantageously to photograph the flash of one of these discharges was happy happenstance. The glow was interpreted by some experts as evidence of volcanism, apparently to think that we have witnessed directly the fire of the gods. A cosmic discharge would seem to be too frightening. Jurgens, 1980. Jupiter discharges only to Io today, but its repertoire and gamut may have been more extensive not too many centuries ago. Photographs of Europa show it to have lobate scarps resembling those on Mercury, Smith. Perhaps Jupiter zapped it, causing it to shrink upon loss of charge. Castillo, the outermost of the four, is one of the most cratered objects in the solar system, likely the result of thunderbolts striking it. Ganymede, the second closest of the four, shows a banded surface, pocked with ancient craters, then overlaid with younger bright-rayed craters, which stand out prominently, distinct electrical scars resembling the rayed craters of Earth's moon, also seen on Mercury, which Jurgens, 1974, ascribes to cathode behavior when interplanetary discharges occur. Additional description of Jupiter's electrical nature, especially as it affects the asteroids and comets, has been afforded by Milton, 1982. The present behavior of the dark remnant of Super Uranus is, in sum, fully in keeping with the pure electrical theory of the solar system and the historical reconstruction of Solaria Binaria. End of chapter. The next chapter will be chapter 16, Venus and Mars. I'm enjoying this book. I hope you are too.
So, cosmology must address the infinitesimal as well as the infinite. So let's go to the heart of the matter, because, incredibly, mass is undefined. In every textbook and encyclopedia, the amount of mass is confused with the amount of matter, perhaps because they both begin with the letter M. This means that no scientist understands E equals mc squared. This confusion allows particle physicists to talk of creation and annihilation of matter, which is impossible without understanding what matter is. It's not physics. E equals mc squared is simply telling us that mass is a measure of the amount of energy held in matter. Particles have no mass, we're told. Armed with this ignorance, the standard particle model says subatomic particles have no intrinsic mass, which is nonsense. Are they saying protons and electrons have no rest mass, no energy? It seems so. In the standard particle model, mass is provided externally by a kind of cosmic treacle of imaginary Higgs bosons. The total cost of finding something, dubbed the Higgs boson at the Large Hadron Collider, ran over $13 billion in July 2012. At a running cost of $1 billion a year, that makes it more than $17 billion wasted chasing the grin of the Cheshire Cat. The LHC operates like smashing countless jumbo jets into mountains and picking over the debris to see how they fly. But the whole is more than the sum of the bits we can see. We are not dealing with closed systems. Even worse, it's like asking one of Douglas Adams' telephone hygienists to do the investigation. The investigators are not properly trained. Energy is undefined. All you will find in textbooks are examples of different forms of energy. The Big Bang is supposed to have originated from pure energy, which is nonsense when energy only makes sense in relation to matter in motion, with respect to all other matter. But matter hasn't been defined in any physical sense involving sensible internal movement. The quantum realm is weird. It's admitted by leading physicists that no one understands quantum mechanics. It's incompatible with Einstein's postulate of no instantaneous information transfer, and it seems to involve even the experimenter's thoughts in the outcome of some experiments. Once again, any experiment is not a closed system, as physicists like to assume. That is why the quantum realm appears weird. Light and the electric force are mysteriously transferred through empty space. We have all experienced the force between two magnets. What's happening in the space between them? The pioneers of electromagnetism knew there has to be a medium to transfer the electric force. They called it the ether. The ether has to be an electrically polarizable medium that fills the universe. In that way you can daisy chain the electric force directly. It's a longitudinal force. And applying the speed of light limit to that makes no sense whatsoever, because light is a wave motion. I think I've said before, that's like the difference between pulling on a rope and feeling the tug at the other end almost instantly, and waving one end of the rope and waiting for the wave to get to the other end. Light is a slow process in the universe. So if we have this ether that fills the universe, space is full. There's no such thing as a perfect vacuum. Einstein knew there has to be an ether, but his postulates somehow did away with it. He admitted that his theory of relativity would fail if the Earth's motion through the ether were detected. That's because his inertial frames of reference would not be equivalent. It would be like having one observer experiencing a gentle breeze from the ether wind while another might be suffering a howling gale. As it turns out, Dayton Miller repeated the Michelson-Morley ether experiments far more rigorously and at different elevations. He found an ether drift. Sadly, left hemisphere training denied and quickly forgot this fact. So let's have a look at the standard particle model. An atom, once a promise of fundamental simplicity, is really a nucleus within a hazy, probabilistic fog of electrons. The nucleus is some protons and neutrons held together by the mysterious short-range nuclear or strong force. The particles in the nucleus have a hidden, unknown number of weird, undetectable bits inside. These bits are appearing and disappearing in defiance of a principle of science that miracles are forbidden. Meanwhile, a recent report from the Large Hadron Collider suggests new findings that don't fit this model. Here's a snapshot of a proton by Professor Matthew Strassler. He writes, "Imagine all of the quarks, up, down and strange, that is U, D and S, anti-quarks, U, D and S with a bar on top, and gluons, a G, zipping around near the speed of light, banging into each other and appearing and disappearing." So a proton is said to be some quarks held together by some gluons, which are themselves the quantized manifestations of the strong force. There is no mention of how a force manifests as a particle. It gets much worse. A gluon is really one of several colours of gluon, but it also has the simultaneous property of anti-colour. Gluons mediate the interaction between quarks, but they also mediate the interaction between themselves and quarks. That's right, gluons are the strong force, but they also experience the strong force. Happily for the physicists, quarks are unobservable in principle because they only exist inside the nucleon. It's very convenient. This is simple. You can forget elegance. This is extreme, narrow, left hemisphere focus on a model with no basic definitions to make sense of the words being used. Andrew Pickering, the author of Constructing Quarks, who did a sociological study of particle physics, and it's an interesting book, says there's no obligation on anyone to take account of what 20th century science has to say. To listen too closely to scientists may be simply to stifle the imagination, that is the right hemisphere. Worldviews are cultural products. There is no need to be intimidated by them. We come to the electric universe model of the atom. The electrically neutral atom is made of charged particles, positive and negative, in equal numbers, together with a number of neutral particles called neutrons, stating the obvious. All subatomic particles are real, with real locations in space. It's not a probabilistic fog. There is a polarizable ether which transmits force and carries electromagnetic waves. The universe is full of an electrically neutral, perfect fluid of neutral particles which passes through atoms and celestial bodies practically as if they weren't there. Neutrinos fit this description. So, the electric universe then defines what it means by energy and mass. Energy is matter in motion relative to the matter in the rest of the universe. It used to be said in relation to the fixed stars. This is not a closed system approach. It is a unifying relational concept first articulated by Ernst Mach. So we define mass. Mass is a measure of particle distortion instead of acceleration in response to the electric forces from all other matter in the universe. It's a bit like pushing a balloon full of water. It will tend to distort rather than move. And it's the same with these orbital systems of electrons and protons and so on. Once again, this conforms with Ernst Mach's principle. Neutrons may not exist in the nucleus. If so, only two particles are necessary to build all of the elements. This idea came from Edwin Carl, who I'm pleased to say is here and will be presenting in the breakout room. And the problem for physicists is, how do you hold together all of the positive charges in the nucleus? They should repel one another very powerfully. The repulsion of those positive charged protons should prevent it from forming in the first place. However, atomic nuclei seem to require neutrons for stability. That's because when a radioactive atom nucleus decays, neutral particles are sometimes observed to leave the nucleus and exist for a few minutes before further decaying into an electron and a proton. So it was assumed such a neutral particle pre-existed in the nucleus. The what-if question wasn't asked. that maybe that wasn't so. This is an assumption which still does not explain how the positive nucleus remains cohesive. So a special short-range strong nuclear force was invented, the proliferation of forces and particles. Edwin Carl suggested a simpler solution. If the electrons remain as discrete particles in the nucleus, they will tend to arrange themselves to, on average, sit equidistant between the protons. Because the distance between the protons is greater than that between each proton and a neighbouring electron, the attractive electric force between the proton and electron, sorry if this is too fast, will be 4 times greater than the repulsive force. This simple hypothesis removes the need for an extra strong force within the nucleus. It's much simpler. And then it seems that neutrons are a short-lived, metastable resonance of a closely bound proton and electron. This is simple. The electric universe simply proposes structure within structure, a repeated pattern. To understand magnetism and gravity, we must go to the heart of matter, a similar approach to that of André-Marie Ampère, Carl Friedrich Gauss, Wilhelm Weber and Walter Ritz, who considered the behaviour of positive and negative charged particles of different mass with great success, but were ignored for political reasons. Chiefly they weren't English, I think. Here's a simple hypothesis. The electron and proton have stable, resonant orbital structures of smaller charged particles. In that case, the positron, that is the antiparticles, and antiproton are mirror particles. They're not antiparticles, they're mirrors. There is no antimatter, no creation or annihilation. But this requires that there be an ether of composite neutral particles of vanishingly small mass, the neutrinos. The neutrinos must be quite complex inside, but totally collapsed, so that they can accept energy and then become a particle and its mirror. But there's nothing, it's just assumed that when these particles seem to disappear, that they've annihilated, the matter has disappeared. That's not so. So the ether must be normal matter of vanishingly small mass composed of all the subparticles needed to split into an electron and a positron, for example, when subjected to the appropriate energy, electromagnetic energy. For stability, and this is one of the stumbling blocks, of course, for particle physicists to go this way, is that the electric force must act between the tiny particles within the atom instantly. No speed of light delay. The 2 stable particles, the electron and the proton, if we assume the neutron is just a metastable particle, form 254 stable nuclides plus another 85 metastable, that is radioactive nuclides, for a total of 339. So from this simple resonance systems of structure within structure, we have all of the materials we need to see, to make what we see in the world around us. When those nuclei combine with the requisite number of negative electrons to form atoms and molecules, the possibilities are boundless in the living world. What does this mean? Only a single force is necessary, the powerful, instantaneous electric force. The phenomenal strength of the naked electric force can be judged by the simple illustration in the lower left. This shows that if the charge passing through 2 120-watt light bulbs in 1 second were to be transferred equally to 2 metal plates, the repulsive force between those plates would equal 1 million tonnes. So it's critical that the electric force is a balanced force, attractive or repulsive. And these 2 propositions are the epitome of elegant simplicity, balance. The little diagram there on the left, extreme left at the top, shows the attraction between positive and negative and the repulsion between like particles. There are 2 forms of the electric force that we experience. One is the electrostatic, where you have separated charge some distance apart, and the electric dipole, where the distance between the 2 charges becomes so small that the field is altered and you get a different effect called a dipole field. So it just depends on the degree of separation of a positive and negative charge. It's a difference in scale. On our scale, we experience the dipole field of atomic electric fields and subatomic electric fields in the form of magnetism and gravity. They are dipole fields. So both forms of the electrostatic and the dipole field occur between atoms and is responsible for chemistry. The E force operates between all of the particles and subparticles within each atom. In close proximity, this can result in distortion of the atoms to form electric dipoles themselves, which can result in attraction to form a molecule. Or they may enter a new resonant dance by sharing an electron, as chemistry. The dipole distorting action on electrons and protons produces dipolar magnetism. The diagram there is actually, I made a mistake, the positive and negative on left and right should be reversed. But this just shows that if you, let's try this thing here. If you have an electric field operating on a particle here, charged particle here, and accelerating it, and on the opposite side, decelerating it, the result will be an elliptical orbit with the nucleus at one of the focuses. And the result of this is that you get a transverse dipole. And that transverse dipole is shown there as the magnetic force, because if you have two current-carrying wires where the electric field in the wire is causing this distortion in electrons, then the dipoles are aligned so that they tend to attract, and we know that current flowing down two wires in the same direction attract, and the opposite way they repel. Okay, so, and the other thing is that I mentioned there ultra-weak dipolar gravity. And this is the diagram of what happens to an atom in that case. The gravitational field cannot be shielded from, so the gravitational force operates on the heavy nucleus so that it falls towards one of the focuses of an ellipse. This time it's oriented radially towards the surface of the body. But the interesting thing about that is that once you've said that, this means that a body like the Earth and the Moon, which I've shown here, the negative poles on both bodies are facing outwards, which means they're repelling one another. So it means that it's long-range repulsive, short-range attractive. We on the surface of the Earth are like iron filings. We don't care which magnet we go to, just the nearest one will do. The gravitational mass of the distant galaxies had a fundamental influence over the motion of the bodies in the solar system. And this is actually shown by precession of the perihelion of the planets, which is tied to the distant stars and not to the sun or general relativity, because general relativity doesn't have a reference frame like that. Short-term changes in the Earth's magnetic field that occur over periods of just years or decades have now been shown in new research to have a very close relationship with changes in gravity. The two are very similar forces. There is no gravitational collapse in space, no black hole swallowing everything. It is the electromagnetic force alone that coalesces matter in deep space. So the assumption that gravity was the controlling force on the large scale is incorrect. There is no need for a big bang to separate everything initially. Gravity is a balanced force like magnetism and cannot form neutron stars or other fanciful supercondensed celestial objects. A planet's gravity is established at its birth by powerful electromagnetic forces. And once the body is formed and the charge on the surface is established, the gravitational field is set by both the surface charge and the initial coalescence by electromagnetic forces. So the outcome of all that is that all matter in the local universe is connected by the electric force instantly. That's Mach's principle. The origin of mass and quantum spooky connection. Because this force is instantaneous, the so-called entanglement and non-locality suddenly has a simple explanation. And energy is a measure of motion with respect to the matter in the rest of the universe. Mass is a measure of the energy stored in the orbital motion inside a particle. And simultaneity means there is a universal time and three-dimensional space. We return to the sanity and simplicity of classical physics. These matter resonances are interesting too, because having an orbital structure allows resonant instantaneous connections and complex interactions, which explains weird quantum behaviour. The important thing is that the electron and proton have an orbital charge structure like atoms, which explains their internal energy and their magnetic moment. And distortion in an electric field appears as an increase in mass rather than acceleration. Quantum tunnelling: in transistors, electrons face a barrier like the illustration in the diagram. It's like having to carry a weight over a hill. But in a weird quantum phenomenon called tunnelling, the electron passes through the barrier as if there's a tunnel. The electric universe model of the electron and proton, having an orbital structure of oppositely charged particles, allows us to see that the hill or the repulsive electrical force between similar charges can instantly disappear or become a downhill race. The reason is that the force between two similar particles can become attractive instead of repulsive if you get the particles together at just the right moment. In chemistry, this resonance is achieved by the use of a heavy metal catalyst, which has numerous internal subatomic resonances. The same catalytic process is available, in my opinion, for nuclear fusion. So-called warm fusion is possible by nuclear chemistry, catalyzing the nuclei to attract instead of repel. So catalytic chemistry is possible, in my opinion, in the photospheric plasma of all bright stars, where the nuclei are separated from the electrons and can actually come close together in the presence of the heavy elements we see in the spectrum. And you've got to ask the question then, is this the path to future power? Like the sun, but only unlike the sun that is believed by present science. In this way, all stars generate the heavy elements in their photospheres where we detect them in their spectra. Rare exploding supernovae are the most ineffectual production means imaginable, because having produced it, you then disperse it into deep space. There's also an unsuspected resonant means of connection in living systems. The morphic field of Sheldrake, the mind-body connection, consciousness, subtle energies. The electric universe model explains biological transmutations at body temperature as demonstrated by Dr. Louis Kervran. His is a clear demonstration of this simple process. Is light a wave or a particle? If so, what's waving? Einstein did away with a medium to wave. Or is light a particle, a photon? It can't be both a wave and a particle. You'll notice they've mealy-mouthed term there. It's particle-like, they say. It's a meaningless use of language. If so, according to Einstein, to travel at the speed of light, it must have zero mass. But a particle of zero mass has no energy. You can't multiply zero by infinity and get a real number. And if it's got zero mass, it can't be affected by gravity, so there can be no gravitational lensing. Lensing occurs as a simple atmospheric diffraction effect in the ether. It's like an atmosphere around a body. Evidence from stars at the galactic centre show no gravitational lensing as expected from standard theory. Clearly, we depend on light to observe the universe, but we don't understand light. Photons don't exist. Light is a transverse electrical disturbance in the ether. And the ether must be a dielectric medium to transfer an electrical disturbance. The wave carries energy through the medium. Let's catch up here. And the energy is absorbed by the first atom that is in instantaneous resonance with the sending atom. It gives the appearance that a photon has travelled between the sender and the receiver. It's appearance only. Talking about light brings us to cosmological redshift. Hubble found the fainter and smaller a galaxy appeared, the higher was its redshift. In the diagram, you can see the spectral lines of hydrogen move progressively to the red end of the spectrum as the distance is thought to increase. The redshift was simply assumed to be due to velocity away from us, by analogy with the Doppler shift of sound. Hubble's law is considered the first observational basis for the expansion of the universe. But ironically, Hubble thought it the least likely explanation. He felt it more likely indicated some new physics. So it was Hubble's professional astronomer assistant, Helton C. Arp, who later proved this to be so. If the redshift is not simply a Doppler effect, Hubble wrote, the region observed appears as a small, homogeneous, but insignificant portion of a universe extended indefinitely both in space and time. Recently and surprisingly, more distant galaxies seem to be accelerating away from us. This discovery won the Nobel Prize and gave rise to the need for huge amounts of mysterious dark energy to power the acceleration. I read about that discovery on October the 6th, 2011. The discovery of the acceleration of the expanding universe is an interpretation based on total ignorance of the real nature of stars and the standard candle, which was used as the measurement to determine the distance away. So it was gratifying to find support once more in a report this month titled, "Could a new type of supernova eliminate dark energy?" It has been found that the near UV light from the most distant supernovae is brighter than the closer ones. In other words, there's something going on at the atomic and subatomic level. Of course, this is unexpected and unexplained. The diagram on the left shows the difference between the Big Bang universe and the plasma universe. It's easy to see which one is simpler. Intrinsic redshift, and Dr. Helton Arp, Hubble's assistant, who was dubbed the modern Galileo, he found redshifts, quasars physically connected to and in front of, high redshift quasars rather, physically connected to and in front of low redshift active galaxies. This observation of a quasar between the galaxy NGC 7319 and the Earth is impossible if the quasar is over 90 times farther away than the galaxy. So Hubble was right. Something is wrong with physics. Arp showed the redshift happened in small jumps or quanta, which indicates a subatomic effect. But these quantum effects are supposed to only occur at the subatomic level. Here we've got it occurring on the galactic. This requires, once again, the electric force to be operating at ultra high speed, instantaneously. So quasars are born at high speed and with low redshift. This is Arp's diagram. You see the parent galaxy in the centre. Where are we? That's this one here. And the high redshift quasars, and the redshift decreases as they move away. Initially their velocity is very high. They are faint, highly redshifted, and travelling at a fair fraction of the speed of light. Over time they gain in mass. This is interesting. It means that energy is being supplied to the matter in the quasar and the mass is increasing. So that eventually they can actually become a turnaround here and become a companion galaxy. This is an example of another path that they can take where you end up with another BL-LAC object, as it's called, producing multiple galaxies here. So there is a genealogy, if you like, of galaxies. The idea that the Andromeda galaxy is going to crash into our galaxy in the future is rubbish. It's based on the idea that Andromeda's blue shift with respect to us means that it's approaching us. No, it just means that it's older than us. So the electric universe explains this. Quasars are born at high speed and with low mass. They escape the forces of the electromagnetic galactic nucleus, that's the parent galaxy, as neutrons. And because the neutrons have no charge, they can escape the intense electromagnetic forces that hold that plasmoid in the centre of the galaxy. They have enough time to get away from those powerful forces, and then they decompose into electrons and protons, which are the forerunners of hydrogen. So as the electrical energy pours into the quasar, its mass and brightness increases and it slows down to become a companion galaxy. So this was an explanation, the only explanation for Halton-Arp's observations. Quasars are not the brightest and most distant objects in the universe. They are among the youngest and closest, so the objects in the mirror really are closer than they appear. The visible universe is smaller than we have been told. So the universe, the real universe, is in balance. It is not expanding. This is important for our understanding of gravity. Gravity cannot be simply an attractive force. The universe is of unknown age and extent. The origin of the universe is unknown. There is a universal now, and space has 3 physical dimensions. This brings everything back down to, as Tom was pointing out, conditions as we experience it on Earth. Dark matter galaxies. Galaxies are treated as isolated objects in space produced somehow by attractive gravity in an expanding universe. Their rotation and structure remains a mystery. They're made of 80% invisible dark matter. Well, Tom gave a good introduction to that story about dark matter. Dark matter has been described as an invisible elephant in the room. You know it's there by the dent it makes in the floorboards. Dark matter is only inferred theoretically by using our experience of gravity on Earth and projecting it onto the rest of the universe. Once again, it's this geocentric problem. We look at the gravity on Earth and then we just extrapolate outwards, because that's all the mathematicians can do. It needs an impossible gravitational black hole in the centre. Black holes exist theoretically in asymptotically flat space in an empty universe. You cannot superimpose any other matter in such a hypothetical universe. Black holes don't exist. Yet some sport long, thin, high-velocity jets over intergalactic distances. There is no satisfactory theoretical explanation for these jets. This is the standard, taking the standard approach. Electric galaxies, on the other hand, plasma cosmology shows experimentally and observationally that galaxies are governed by electromagnetic forces. Tony Pratt said that they introduced gravity into their supercomputer runs and it made no difference whatsoever. Spirals rotate as simple Faraday motors. That's why that curve is flat. It's as if you've got a plate and you're just spinning the plate. Stars are born in and trace the spiral power lines. Where there is a higher density of gas and dust, it's typical of an electrical discharge. Where the density of the material becomes greater, the discharge becomes more filamentary. Stars form along those pinched current filaments. There are no black holes. It's a compact high-energy plasmoid, and this comes down to peer-reviewed plasma cosmology. Their apparent mass is due to the relationship between mass and energy. If E equals mc squared, if you've got a high concentration of energy in that tiny plasmoid, it will exhibit a considerable mass. It's certainly not a black hole. The other thing is that galaxies line up axially, showing their electrical connectedness, because they are threaded like Catherine wheels on a wire. And that wire is one of these intergalactic Birkeland current filaments. So let's look at stars. We've done galaxies, let's look at stars. Arthur Eddington had the temerity to say, it should not be too difficult to understand something as simple as a star. This is typical left hemisphere. His quote is typical: isolate, simplify and ignore a global view. Because if you look at coronas, sunspots, flares, magnetic cyclones, etc., his gas model doesn't predict any of them. And the alternatives are not explored. He dismisses electrical aspects in a few paragraphs. The failure of this approach is shown by continual complications with each new discovery. It's treated as an isolated, gravitating ball of gas. Conventionally, it's a body that satisfies three conditions. It's made of hydrogen plus a few impurities. Having a core of the lightest element is the most fanciful assumption. It's needed to allow the thermonuclear energy model to be viable. That also requires hypothetical extreme conditions in the core. It's only required by the thermonuclear theory and is completely untestable. It also has, that's unverifiable, and also the sequence of nuclear reactions that take place in the core cannot be verified. They're very complex and requires quantum tunneling, which I referred to earlier. And what's more, there's a more complex, different story for different stars. It's certainly not simple. It's an explosive model because one of the reactions is sensitive to the temperature to the fifth power. It also needs an unknown radiation zone to break down the X-rays from the nuclear core. There's no body known that has a radiation or the energy transferred through the body through a radiation zone, so this is hypothetical. And also, from the point of view of life on Earth and so on, it has a restrictive and variable Goldilocks zones distant from the star. It's not the best place to nurture life in the universe. Impossible stars. Formation by gravitational accretion doesn't work. It's never been explained satisfactorily. It has hydrogen, the lightest element in the core. The model doesn't predict the observed features or behaviour. It has different models for white dwarfs, neutron stars, etc. And the life story of stars is super complicated and untestable. And some stars do strange things. They switch from one place to another without going through the transition stages. Renowned scientists like Eddington, who made grave mistakes about the sun and Einstein's general relativity, he went out explicitly to prove Einstein correct, not to test his theory, continue to haunt us today. It gives the lie to the belief that science is self-correcting. It is not, given the way in which science is done today. As Eddington said, if there's no other way out, we may have to suppose that bright line spectra in the stars are produced by electric discharges. The clues were there, but what if was not followed through. Herschel reveals a ribbon of future stars. This was reported on March the 30th this year. So this is a very recent picture. Stars and planets are formed by powerful electromagnetic forces like pearls on a cosmic string. This is a quote from an earlier report. Gravity can be ignored. Plasma cosmology. There is no gravitational accretion. There's no way you can form a string like that using gravity. Gravity is a central force and the material tends to come into a centre. It doesn't form a string. But this recent report says, and this is important, stars are shot out of the filaments by a slingshot mechanism. And there's a diagram here which shows the filaments moving around like those in the plasma ball, where they snake about. The stars, having been formed in this filament, are left behind as the filament moves on, and these stars are shot out. And it's interesting because Tony Peratt described to us once the effect seen in high-energy discharge experiments as these plasmoids scattered like buckshot. Now, it's not only stars that are formed here, it's all solid bodies, including planets. And they may be captured by the stars to form the weird assortment, over 3,500 of them so far, of exoplanetary systems that have been observed. New stars also may fission to produce hot Jupiters in very close orbits and achieve electrical stability with their changing electrical environment. The movement of the filaments, as I said, is like those in a plasma ball. Heavy elements convect into a cool core. This is interesting because those blue filaments you saw before are the coldest part of the cloud, and this is where the stars are forming. The traditional view is that the stars had to form by gravitational collapse and not lose any of the heat of the collapse, otherwise they couldn't start their nuclear fires. Well, this doesn't require any of that. It was one of the surprises for theorists is that the blue filament I mentioned is the coldest part of the cloud and contains 800 times as much mass as the Sun. This is not a surprise for plasma cosmologists. So, all stars have a cool planetary core. Stars and many planets are born together along the same electrical umbilical cord. Other planets and moons are born later in electrical fissioning events and capture events. Hydrogen and helium tend to form the outermost atmosphere. This is a diagram showing the actual form of the filaments. You'll notice the pattern there. This is showing an experimental pattern of a discharge on an insulating plate. And this shows a Martian electrical scar. You can see the similarities. As the cosmic lightning bolt fades, stars and planets are captured into planetary systems. So, electric stars, they remain a gaseous electric discharge phenomena, like spherical searchlights following their birth. In fact, some of the characteristics of the photosphere is like that of a searchlight. All bright stars catalytically produce heavy elements in their photospheric plasma discharges. Red stars have gigantic anode sheaths. Sorry, I'll get the right picture there. Plasma discharges adjust to their environment by moving electrical barriers called plasma sheaths, or misleadingly magnetospheres, because they trap the magnetic fields inside. If Jupiter's plasma sheath were lit up, it would appear the size of the full moon in the sky at opposition. And its Galilean moons would be orbiting comfortably inside it. So red dwarfs are not dwarfs, and their bloated glowing anode sheaths are the cosmic wombs for life. Because inside that radiant red sphere, all satellites receive uniform heat and light over their entire surfaces. And it doesn't matter how they're moving or rotating, that will be the case. Of course, this poses a problem for the SETI project because radio waves cannot penetrate the glowing plasma sheath. So if these are the wombs of life, we don't have any way of radio communication with them. But of course, gravity can pass through. White dwarfs are not dwarfs at all, they're just stars with no bright photosphere and a faint white coronal discharge. These are some of the planetary systems that have been discovered. You can see it's quite a shambles. So as I said before, at the galactic scale, electromagnetic forces form these gigantic Birkeland currents and they dominate. At the planetary scale, inside the star's protective plasma sheath, gravity dominates. So you have to choose the region you're talking about when you're trying to apply your model to stars, galaxies and so on. In fact, inside the star's protective sheath, with gravity dominating, and it dominates because it cannot be electrically shielded, so the impact from all of the other stars in the universe is acting like a pressure in on the planets moving around the Sun. In fact, this repulsive force from the rest of the universe can reverse the Earth's motion about the Sun in 6 months. That is 6 sextillion tonnes by 140,000 miles an hour. So that gives you an idea of the impact. Then the thunderbolts of the gods operate to modify masses. In planetary systems, the electric force comes into play only when plasma sheaths collide, because then the electrical insulation breaks down and the electric current flows between the two bodies. Then the thunderbolts of the gods operate to modify masses and change orbits and to quickly re-establish order. This is one of the problems that Velikovsky faced. How do you explain events within the memory of mankind, of chaos in the solar system, and yet it looks like clockwork today? And this is the answer. You have to apply the electric model of gravity to be able to do this. So Velikovsky was right. Electricity and magnetism are involved in the celestial mechanism. Changing the surface charge on a planet modifies the strength of the internal electric dipole, which is responsible for the planet's mass and gravity. And the changes to both bodies, which I've shown in previous YouTube talks, tends to move the two bodies apart, which is very convenient. This overcomes the objections of the Harvard book burners to Velikovsky's Worlds in Collision. However, it doesn't detract from the title to say that worlds didn't collide. It was an electrical clash of the titans. There's Velikovsky with his great book. So what we have now in science is a mythical journey. It is a rehash of a creation myth. The Earth was born and for 4.5 billion years has remained roughly where it is now. Long ago, the Earth had a few massive impacts to birth the Moon and almost wipe out life on Earth at intervals. Ironically, planetary collisions have been found essential 66 years after Velikovsky's book, Worlds in Collision, was burned. Thousands of exoplanetary systems don't fit the story. There are stars that shouldn't exist, hot Jupiters that orbit their star in hours or days, backward orbits and polar orbits. Life on Earth remains unexplained. The odds against random events producing life are practically infinite. The rest of the story is once upon a time fragmented, boring and non-predictive. We are an isolated and improbable accident. That's why we have difficulty imagining life elsewhere in the universe. Alan Alda complains, everybody is ignorant about science. Alda was 11 years as host of Scientific American Frontiers on PBS, and he helped inspire the creation of the Centre for Communicating Science at Stony Brook in 2009. Is it any wonder, when this is the face of science today? There is no real meaning or morality in modern mechanistic science to engage students or the public. Everyone thinks it is all mathematics. It saddens me to see so much talent wasted in the pursuit of myth, hunting for dark matter. Their heads have been filled with it. Our real journey. Are you looking for the nearest exoplanet? We're standing on it. Pay attention to the oldest stories of the celestial gods who created the skies and land we see today. Yoro Yoro is a research book about the Kimberley region, Aborigines in Western Australia. And some of their stories are so close to the reconstruction of the Saturnian polar configuration that it's almost scary. And these are the words from the elders, and they were very precise in their words. It says, in the beginning, people saw before the Ice Age that the moon, sun, and some of the stars had been on Earth. In other words, they were very close. One song told about a flood long before the last that was brought on by a star with trails. The symbols that testify to these events are still in the Kimberley. The Wandjina creator figure, which is the one you can see on the front of the book there, features are explained. All rings around the head represent clouds and lightning. The big spirit Wandjina have large eyes. This is the eye god motif that Dave Talbot has explained at length. They never have a mouth nor ears, and the line between the eyes indicates where the power flows down, and it's not a nose. And it looks like a hollow tube, which in the plasma column scenario of the Saturnian story is accurate. Walanganda, the creator Wandjina, did not create with his hands, only through his voice with power. It reminds me of in the beginning was the Word. Andy Hall has recently explained that the overpressure from supersonic shock waves, that is from the electrical blasts that strike the surface of a body, are powerful enough to form mountains. Rock flows until the overpressure drops, whereupon it solidifies instantly, but retains an imprint of the shock wave. Those shock waves would have produced harmonics and overtones, a global sound like a symphony of giant trumpets. There's many traditions about the creation being associated with sound. This little book I bought in Central Australia on a visit to Uluru, that great red rock, which looks just like an asteroid has landed. And it also tells a story by these people in the Kimberleys, but it's illustrated by children, and it's very quaint. The story is by David Moel Jale, who's the elder. It tells of two suns in the sky who lived in hollow logs, the plasma columns. There is a period of intense heat from them. Then one sun is attacked with a spear, the thunderbolt, and is bitten by a snake, Cometary Venus, who lives in the sky. The little sun gets snagged in the fork of a celestial tree, which is the Axis Mundi, the tree of life, the celestial tree. So this is an extension of the forensic technique that Velikovsky introduced. He never referred to the Australian Aborigines, but some of their memories seem to be so accurate that they are a better source than some of the more so-called advanced cultural reports. All of these story elements make sense to mytho-historians and to the leading plasma cosmologist and colleague of Hans Alfvén, Tony Peratt. Accept best evidence regardless of its fit with modern consensus science and man-made theoretical laws. It is better to adopt a forensic science approach to the evidence for past events that cannot be repeated than to rely on theoretical science which is based on sets of beliefs and a geocentric perspective. Use that evidence to develop a more holistic science that brings our phenomenal real journey to light. To be real and useful, science must be holistic. The electric universe is a holistic science that applies seamlessly from the galactic to the earthly to the biosphere and on down to subatomic particles. Humanity's dramatic experience of the electrical nature of celestial mechanics would make an awe-inspiring and frightening IMAX movie that would make science fiction seem a pale shadow in comparison. But in my opinion, once understood, there will be no irrational urge to revisit doomsday upon each other and the Earth under the unrecognised banners of the prehistoric warring planetary gods. Planets bear the scars of their electrical birth and past encounters on their faces. Apollo astronauts commented on the fresh appearance of lunar craters. The event that caused the great gash across the face of Mars appears in stories from ancient cultures. These are just yesterday in geological time. I recommend you see episode 2, Symbols of an Alien Sky, the lightning-scarred planet Mars. We may understand our history and place in the electric universe for the first time. This is singularly important for our sense of well-being. It gives dramatic new meaning to our lives and a sense of responsibility for our jewel of a planet. Without this sense, we probably have no future on Earth. Also, in the event myth becomes science. There was a unique myth-making period, and all surviving cultures required their stories to be faithfully transmitted for millennia. Such was their importance. We look at these enigmatic rock art figures from the remote Kimberley region in Western Australia and see only their strange, haunting and artistic beauty. And it was rather ironic that just a week or so ago, and David Novak was there to see it too, I think, they had the Vivid Festival in Sydney where they project images onto public buildings, and of course the Opera House is the most public building in Sydney, and this was a presentation of Wandjina figures. I mean, they are haunting, and I think they probably evoke some kind of a subconscious connection. But how much more would they mean if people really understood their origin? We need to give more credit to the Indigenous people. Now, Evan Camp said one of the unique aspects of the electric universe theory is that it's good storytelling. It answers all three questions. What if? What if the sky was different in the past? What if Saturn was worshipped as the sun? What if there were electrical discharges between planets? Let's catch up here. What if there were electric discharges between planets? Today we have meteorites from Mars. What if Lichtenberg figures explain the scars on Mars and Earth? Show students pictures of cratering on different bodies and ask students to explain them from 2 points of view. The standard model needs different explanations for each. Oops, sorry. That was unexpected. The electric universe, on the other hand, has a single explanation for them all. Then there is the story of the dissidents. If only Birkeland hadn't been ignored, Hans Alfvén had been listened to, Halton Arp's research hadn't been dismissed. A Pixar rule for storytelling, number 16, what are the stakes? Give us reasons to support the character. What happens if they don't succeed? Stack the odds against them. What of the future if this goes on? We continue wasting money and careers looking for things that don't exist. We cripple students by not training them to think. We may have no future on this planet. As Evan Camp says, the power of eliciting engagement is to get people to come to their own conclusions. Thinking is going to be the future of education. So, our electric universe future. Mahatma Gandhi said, there is a force in the universe which, if we permit it, will flow through us and produce miraculous results. The electric universe is an inspiring story that motivates students both conceptually and artistically, and that is what's needed for left and right brain hemisphere development. Education, classical science and the arts, left and right hemispheres. Let's just catch up here. Many principles of the electric universe were foreseen by scholars in the past, Newton, Faraday, etc. A release from existential fear, Velikovsky's The Bonds of the Past, a documentary. There is a collective inability to face the truth that prehistoric mankind faced doomsday. For millennia, science has preached stability and order, but as amnesiacs we have a compulsion to instinctively repeat the catastrophes of the past, destroying each other and the earth from the sky with apocalyptic weapons, like the planetary gods of old. This was one of Velikovsky's greatest fears. But we have, on the other hand, the possibility of an unparalleled renaissance with the electric universe, bringing everything together seamlessly. Understanding ourselves and our past can heal the wounds and provide a more universal sense of connection and purpose. Understand the electric force of nature. Power like the sun and gravity. Quantum interactions. All three rely on understanding matter interactions via the instantaneous electric force. Understanding living organisms, the mind-body connection and beyond. Also, understanding the dangers of genetically modified organisms and manufactured food. There is no thought given to the effects, the unintended consequences of fiddling with these things when our basic knowledge is so lacking. And the idea in an electric universe is to live in tune with the Earth and each other. Resonant connection. On the most general level, the electric universe is a new paradigm of universal resonant connection. The arbitrary inertial frames of reference of physics are not equivalent when everything is connected in real time. How and where you are makes a difference to your energy state. For example, the GPS system is supposed to prove relativity theory. It doesn't. The atoms in orbiting clocks have a different energy from identical clocks on Earth, so engineers simply count a different number of ticks to compensate. Time is universal, unchanging and unchangeable. Clocks are not. Think of the relationships between all things connected by the universal electric force and consider that the electric force must act instantly, otherwise no information transfer is possible between resonant tuned systems. Spacecraft using slow speed of light transmissions require constant retuning of receivers on Earth to compensate for their motion. Obviously, living systems could not function if moving parts of the body lost contact with the brain. Acknowledging this simple fact will explain quantum weirdness and open up science, particularly biology, to amazing possibilities that are presently forbidden. And understanding gravity and magnetism as balancing electric forces will change forever our view of the heavens and the Earth under our feet. As the morphic resonance experiments of the biologist Rupert Sheldrake have shown, the things that are learnt by one organism are immediately available to others like them anywhere on Earth. The universe learns. Resonance between molecular tuning forks allows instant information transfer, the mind-body connection, and beyond. Life is structured water. This was said to me by Gerald Pollack. The experiments, or his experiments, show the structure of electrically polarised water molecules gives rise to water's amazing properties. It allows information to be stored and transferred within a living cell, the memory mechanism of homeopathy. It suggests that the electrically polarisable ether particles may also participate in information storage as well as transmission. The electric universe resonant electrical model of matter and the all-pervasive neutrino ether suggests that resonance and structure within structure can store unlimited information and transfer it instantly. There is more to life than meets the eye. We have always known that instinctively. The electric universe suggests that the information needed for life, forget the gene, that's just the factory floor, is universal, so life can take hold wherever conditions arise that allow it. We see evidence for that in the great changes immediately following catastrophic mass extinctions on Earth. We see it in organisms living in anoxic conditions over volcanic vents on the ocean floor and at great depths in rocks. Just as gravity cannot be shielded, since all matter participates in force transfer, so it is with this universal information bank. There are no islands in space. We are earthlings in the complete resonant connection sense in a meaningful electrical universe. The fact that we exist suggests a purposeful universe. Our lives have purpose. We don't manifest as a blank slate. So children should be observed and supported in their individual passions, not suppressed and moulded to our desires for them. We are born with a purpose, but many need help to discover that purpose. In answering the question, why are we so unhappy, Ian McGilchrist says, true happiness is based on connections with others and a sense of purpose beyond the immediate. True happiness is one aim of this conference. The new panorama of an amazing shared history and kinship must change the world. In the search for meaning, the electric universe paradigm can, as Ian McGilchrist says, change the world. Elegance, harmony and simplicity of concepts are the electric universe guiding principles. Thank you.
Hello? Well, that's all we got this week. We almost made it 6 hours. Thank you for tuning in. I do love you. Please take care. It's crazy out there. It really is. And I'll be seeing you next weekend. I have a video that's about ready to drop. And I'm going to be getting back into SaturnianCosmology.org and Worlds in Collision a little bit down the road. So thank you for tuning in, everybody. Let's go over your names a little bit here. We got a new one. See if she works.
Zora N. Orby Black.
How you doing? Welcome. Hello. Franco Pancakes. Pancakes. Ponches. I'm going to have to do the read.
Franco Panches.
Yes. Jan Hammer. You know, I love that. Isn't that the guy that played that?
Jan Hammer.
Flute? Something? Awesome. Hello. Hello, Jess. Good night. Frankie. Take care, buddy. Bob Hall. Steven, 66S. Hello. Rick Jones. You know, usually when I'm editing to get the burps out, I always watch the chat. And I can't respond. I always feel bad, so. Already mentioned Bob. Zay Spen, thank you for coming. Kenny B. Sound Wages. Love him. Grouch was here, but he must have made a quick exit. That's too bad. I was looking to talk to Andy. Russ Stewart, Sir Rill Nil Mill. Christian North. Reefs Roost. Shockwave. Modern Maniac. Thank you all for coming. I love you guys. I'll see you next week. And we'll have a new subject. So take care, God bless, and be safe. Please, it's dangerous out there, guys. We'll talk next week. We're going to get some more chats going. And I hate to leave, you know that. But I have to. Or I can't do anything if I go 6 hours. It's too long. Right. Bye-bye. Take care.